Hello, my friends. Today we're going to be playing some more Daggerfall Unity, but before we get started, if you enjoy what you've seen so far, be sure to follow. If you want to see more from me, or if you just want to hang out, be sure to join the Discord via the link down below or via the link in chat. If you want to support the stream, help it grow, and help us achieve our goal. Oh, wow, that link just did not work at all. Oh, because it just happened. Yeah, okay. If you want to support our stream and help it grow and help us achieve our goal of replacing my currently busted hard drive, yes, the sub-goal has changed due to issues. Be sure to subscribe. Subscribers also get access to the special subscriber channel. They get to join me in voice chat on certain streams, and they get to watch all of my streams ad-free. So go ahead and do that. And that's really all. Okay, all I've said is true, DM. What the hell have you sent me? Hey, honey bear.
Babe.
Looks cool, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Her armor is kind of a mix-match mess right now.
It looks good.
Marcus, uninjured, super mutant barbarian. That's really cool. That's really, that's awesome. Thanks, Fox. That's really rad. All right, today we're going to be playing more Daggerfall. I've been working a bit on my character. She has several stats at 100 now, thanks to enchanted items. And she also, due to that, you know that mod that makes like the factions have like wars and shit? That mod has gotten me geared out. So I now have a steel helm, which I've had. I have a bunch of magic gear. I have an ebony cuirass. I have mithril boots and Daedric gauntlets, as well as a Daedric dagger and a Daedric short sword and a Daedric short bow. We'll be using our fists. Oh, finally, I have a steel tower shield. So yeah, we're pretty well kitted out right now. We're pretty OP. I have been grinding short blade by doing Mage's Guild missions in Daggerfall. Though I am coming to the Alakir Desert to do Fighters Guild missions, because basically I don't want to fuck with my faction, because some factions are in conflict with each other, so I'm heading to a new region for each faction. That way the slate will be clean and it won't fuck with the previous one. Hello, Mr. Camel. I pet him. I also pet this camel too. I like how happy they look. That's a happy little camel right there. Oh, Fighters Guild's closed. Oh, also, my short blade skill is pretty fucking high. My archery is getting up there too. I have enough to get a few promotions in the Fighters Guild. All I need to do is grind rep at this point. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 4 hours. Yep. We'll go ahead and rest for 4 hours. Or go ahead and stand here for 4 hours. The cool thing is I can just sleep here at the guild, unlike the Mage's Guild, who's just like, beds? We don't know what beds are. We just use magic to make ourselves less tired. Hello, Chickdern. It's good to see you, my friend. I have not been here in-game in months, so I'm curious what he's about to say to me. Alright, we're already in the guild. Perfect. Let's just roll right into it. Let's get a quest. Howdy, Feline. If you've got a few days, a job just came in for some giant killing, and I thought of you. Interested? Yeah. Right. Seems there's this giant moved into the ruins of Rasher Manor a while back, and has been having a fine old time, feasting on Glorshfar's sheep in the area. Ate a few of the local villagers too, I guess. But old Glorshfar don't seem so concerned about that. At any rate, she wants this giant taken care of within 91 days, and she's paying 274 gold for it. See you in a bit. So yeah, we are in the Alakir Desert. We are in the capital of the Alakir Desert, Alikra. This is where the Red Guards hail from. Repairs? How are we doing on conditions right now? I think we're good. I don't think we need to repair anything. This lady has basically taught me everything I know about archery and using a short blade, and I've been, after a certain point, they can't teach you anymore, so you do have to get out there and grind on your own. But yes, here we are. Let's go ahead and make our way to the ruins of Rasher Manor. And, oh yes, and I have leveled up quite a bit, so expect to see a lot of new enemies. Many of them have their titties out, so have a good time, I guess. Does this make me a titty streamer? Does playing Daggerfall make me a booby streamer? By the way, in case you're wondering why the nudity's still on, I can't turn it off. I can turn off player nudity, which I have, But if there's nothing in the settings to let me turn off other nudity, I leave it on. My reason being is that the game has a category on Twitch, so Twitch is permitting everything within that game. Within reason, of course. We'll see something similar when we play Cyberpunk. Versus, like, The Witcher, for example, is going to have titties. Cyberpunk, no, it won't, because I can turn them off in the settings. I don't think it's exactly reasonable to expect me to mod the game in order to undo the nudity when you have the game on as a category on Twitch. Alright, Centaur's done. So yeah, that's how strong we are now. 1 or 2 hits and they're done. We have a bunch of materials here we can then sell. Excellent. So yeah, we're going to get back to punching things. Off screen, I've been mostly using short blade, but my problem is, and my fear is that I'm going to get it to 99. Which I don't think is something I can do accidentally, but yeah, so... Oh, I hear a wind. Is that a wall nearby? Secret door? No. Alright. But, yeah, I'm trying to get my punching up a bit, because even though it doesn't act as a Fighters Guild skill, though it very well should, and I'm shocked there isn't a mod to make it so it acts as a promotable skill in the Fighters Guild. Because it's literally fighting. It's the basis of all fighting. The Fighters Guild's like, no, we don't like fist fighters. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? It's the basis of all combat, according to Gray Fox. And that guy's awesome. Oh shit, put that back. I don't need that. Yeah, the reason why I'm leaving all the armor and shit is because I just don't have room for it. Yep. Oh, I also took the time to change my starting skills, so now I have 3 times intelligence. Hello. Oh, I also have a bow, and I can actually use it now somewhat well. Oh, you coming, buddy? All right, let's go and kite him back here. Pow, pow, pow. Also, I'm not clicking as fast because my wrist hurts. I messed up my wrist last time I played this, so... Knights, we got a Mithril Warhammer. Yeah, we're getting some big, powerful weapon drops right now. I'm level 13, so I'm a good chunk of the way to the cap. Most characters cap out at level, most characters will cap out at level, 20 or so, from what I've heard. So, we might reach this character's peak potential soon. Hopefully not too soon, you know? It is interesting how separate game progression is, like quest and guild progression is, from leveling. But I do kind of get it, because like, something interesting I had explained to me that I thought was a really interesting take about these old PC games is these games weren't afraid to waste your time because most people saw playing video games as a waste of time at that time. There wasn't enough people playing them to reasonably take the perspective that games shouldn't waste your time and that kind of sort of thing. And a lot of people enjoyed having their time wasted. They enjoyed whiling away an afternoon just fucking around in a dungeon crawler. Which I totally get, or just constantly, like, being willing to re-roll characters multiple times while playing an RPG, which is something I rather... I mean, I don't think people care, but to me, I'm rather ashamed of that fact. That's why I tend to have to start an RPG multiple times before streaming it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use some smelling salts to top off our fatigue real quick. I'm sure there's better spells for helping our fatigue, but I mean, smelling salts is there, and I've become a master of the spell at this point. Salt crying. Goodbye, barbarian. Are you guys familiar with the origins of the phrase barbarian? So, it's actually kind of ironic. Very funny if you think about where it came from. So, when Roman centurions encountered, I think they were the Visigoths, I'm not sure. Again, my history's a bit rusty. All I have for you guys is stories. So, when the Romans encountered the Goths, they didn't understand their language. And to them, Germanic languages sounded like they were just going bar, 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 bar whenever they spoke. And so they jokingly referred to those people as the Barbarians. And that became their names. So, like, if you're ever wondering, like, hey, how come like barbarian doesn't really apply to any specific culture, it's because it was a nearly it was almost like a slur that Roman centurions used for Nordic folk, for Norse folk. I always thought that was an interesting detail. It's also can be used as a mark. I've also heard from bilingual folk that barbar could be used as a milestone for when you've gotten to a certain level in understanding a language. Like when you start to when you're learning a language and the words start to sound like words and they stop sounding like bar. That's when you know you're starting to actually. That's not how you know you're actually really starting to improve. And just from like passively listening to it, like. To me, when I was a kid, oh hey, level 14, fuck yeah, let's go. All right, let's take a look at my screenshot I took earlier, and that will actually tell me what I need to upgrade. Because this doesn't show the effects of my, this actually doesn't show the effects of my items. So perception, I only need to put 2 points into. I don't have max perception, so perception's maxed. Strength needs like 10, so we'll go ahead and put a bunch of points into strength. There we go. Because I know there was a turning point for me when I was like watching anime and other Japanese and interacting with other Japanese, not just anime, like games and movies and stuff too, where Japanese went from sounding like a really cool language, like just a really cool gibberish most of the time, to I could actually figure out certain phrases and words and what they meant purely off of context alone. And there are also times where I've noticed, where I can notice they're getting the translation wrong, but that's a whole other thing. Where I'm just like, that you added that swearing. That was the oh shit, that's an ebony helm. Let's go. I think the first moment I noticed a bad translation was when I was reading fan subs of Bleach, and like I don't think Ichigo said motherfucker right there. I don't think that's the word that came out of his mouth. I don't think this character would say the F word. At least not like it's a number one thing you'll notice with like old fan subs is added profanity that doesn't need to be there. Especially when those specific words don't fucking exist in Japanese. Like, it's so yeah, I found a lot of books. We're going to be doing a lot of reading this stream. Every 2 hours or so. Going to be working on whittling down this list. How many we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll read about every 2 hours. We'll stop. It's an 8-hour stream, so it'll stop at 2, 4, and 6. So we'll read around 3 books every 2 hours, assuming we don't pick up more. And if we do, we'll read them as we pick them up. But yeah, like that's like the number one, like for me, warning of a bad translation is either A, like political references to the current political landscape. Like, I don't know what, I think it was like Kobayashi's Dragon Mage or one of the characters referenced Gamergate, and I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing in this translation? What's the point of this? And then there's also the thing of like, extra profanity. Like, I was reading some scans of Trigun, and that's an anime that has a full English translation, but sometimes on certain websites, you'll just, when you find your scanslations, it's just going to be, you're just going to find the, whatever was uploaded. So, someone may never upload the official release, they'll only upload the old scanslation. So with Trigun, for instance, there was a part where Vash said "fuck you" to somebody, and I instantly closed it because it's like, this guy, he's a goofball. He doesn't drop F-bombs. He's a silly guy. He'll say "damn" or "hell," and that's pretty much it. And that's usually when he's under extreme duress. He's a good boy, damn it, and I won't have it any other way. It's funny how much of a potty mouth I am, but also like unnecessary profanity bothers me so much. Oh, hello. What do you guys feel about centaurs? You guys like centaurs? I think centaurs are neat. That's a really cool pauldron. Can I? Hold on. Mithril. Damn it. I mean, I love the way that looks. It's just, not very good. Oh yeah, remember what I was saying about this game being super stylish? Yeah, you can totally just layer clothing on top of your armor and stuff. If I wasn't using so much enchanted gear, I would totally be doing that right now myself. Okay. That elevator took me nowhere. Alright, we'll hug the left wall till we get back to the entrance, and then we'll hug the right wall and see where it takes us. Alright, clear. Room's clear. Oh yeah, and I'm also not completely overpowered. So I was talking about like this game, how it feels like early Elder Scrolls games want you to break them, and that's because the game's difficulty never really evens out. A lot of old RPGs are like this, where it's like, yes, you may be super strong, but enemies will still have moves that can fuck you up at any level. Like, remember that one xenomorph-looking thing we fought in Neverwinter Nights? That was there because some player might be getting too cocky or confident in themselves. And the giant roars in pain. You hear the sound of heavy footsteps coming towards you. Perhaps the giant invited a few friends over for dinner. But that just spawned in like a bunch more giants. Let's heal up. Damn it! See what I mean? Yeah, so these games are going to have, like... If you're not ready for the rank and file dudes, you're not going to be ready for the fucking weird xenomorph thing that comes around the corner with a one-hit kill. There are a good example would be Morrowind. In Morrowind, there are basic enemies that can sometimes give you a disease, and then there are the sleepers, who are endgame enemies, who, no matter how tough you are, they are going to fucking bathe you in disease, no matter what you do. Like, if you go into a cave of the awakened sleepers and that, you're going to fucking just be coated in plague and infection by the time you leave. Like, I remember I finished one of those dungeons and I, like, limped back to Balmora. Like, even though I was, like, a big cool warrior lady with, like, fully enchanted gear that was, like, super powerful, and I was, like, really high level and I would kill most things in one hit, I still walked out of that cave bathed in disease and plague. I think ultimately that's one of the biggest issues with newer RPGs, and I wish more games would follow that. Like, The Witcher was always good about maintaining difficulty, but that's because Witcher's more like an action game. Specifically The Witcher 3. Silver Helm. Ooh, that would have been good if I didn't have the Ebony. Where, like, if you're good enough at the game, you can survive damn near anything. That's one of the cool things about The Witcher 3 that I've always appreciated about it. Oh, hello! Oh, enemies. Are these giants coming in on a timer? But, like, think something like Fallout, for instance. When you get to a certain level in the newer games, everything just dies before you because there's no, what's the word? Side grades, I guess? There's no enemies with cool tricks or anything. Hey, Vlos, what are you doing here? Thanks, Stendar, you're here. I was on my way to the market today when the giant carried me off along with 4 other merchants I was traveling with. I already ate them. Guess it was saving me for later. Will you please help me get out of this place? I'll never make it on my own. Yeah, no problem. Let me introduce myself. Vlos of Ruins of Rachel Manor. I was on my way to Dr. Thalt's provisions in Bagizibu. If you could drop me off there, I'd be forever in your debt. Okay, I can do that. I don't see why not. Of course, priority goes to finishing the mission, because that's what's going to get me paid, but yeah. Like, Cyberpunk's another example of just, you get to a certain level in Cyberpunk and everything just falls before you, at least in the original version. I should probably do a full playthrough of 2.0 before I mod it, but I don't know. I've been kind of thinking about it, debating whether or not I want to play more of that game. Let's go ahead and rest until we're fully healed. Enemies nearby, of course there are. Yeah, I think giants are just going to keep spawning in. Come here, Polyphemus. Because, no, I think, ultimately, like, as much as I enjoy getting overpowered in these kind of games, and I think it's awesome, I do also think a big appeal is having to use your brain. Like, if you look at what inspired role-playing games, mythology, things like Lord of the Rings, old stories of Greek and Norse mythology, you'll notice that the heroes are almost never completely indestructible. Like, Odysseus is a badass, but he's also really smart and tricky. And, like, no matter what happens, you'll still see him having to outsmart certain opponents who are just better than him. I think no matter what happens in one of these games, you should always have enemies that are sometimes just better than you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's why a level cap is still important to have. Tele to exit, he says before using cheats. Just because to save time. It's tedious otherwise. Because after a certain point, the game just becomes so simple. Like, Fallout 3, for instance. By the end of Fallout 3, you're just playing a very easy... You're playing just a very easy first-person shooter, you know? Nothing against those games, and I think that appeal should still be there. There should still be... It's almost like there's two areas of progression. You have your natural enemies that you fight against, and then you have the big enemies that are very special and show up rarely and require you to really think about what you're doing. Dark Souls does a good job of that, but even so, in Dark Souls there comes a point where you'll just start melting bosses. Boggyspoo, yep, travel the location. We're heading to Boggyspoo in the Elder Scrolls, or in the Alakir Desert province. I think MMOs do a really good job of that too, because you'll have like, yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, really nothing on the world map will be a threat to you. Ow, shit! What the hell? No, I want to fight these thieves. Thanks, game. You should meditate on what you've learned about Streetwise after beating somebody to death. So with these guys, since we're out in the world, we can just grab everything off of them, switch to the wagon, and unload everything into the wagon. There we go. There we go. Oh, shit. Man, these guys aren't fucking around. Come on, let's go. But like in MMOs, like, yeah, nothing in the overworld is going to be a threat to you after a certain point. Like, you'll see that at FF14 where just basic enemies will stop being even worth my time. In terms of just like their difficulty. But there's always dungeon and raid bosses that will be worth your time and will be a challenge. And you gotta keep that in there, you know? That's why I can still appreciate something like... I mean, I get what they were going for in the old D&D games like Baldur's Gate, where you'll have like a basilisk, for instance, where, well, fighting a basilisk is less of a test of skill, or of tactical skill in the moment, and more of a task of, more of a check in terms of, are you prepared? Do you have potions of stone to flesh? Do you have scrolls of stone to flesh? If not, you're going to have a bad time with these basilisks. Or that one enemy that just kills you by looking at you in Neverwinter Nights. That was fun. Where are we going? We are going to... Thalt's Provision. Dr. Thalt's Provisions. Okay, that's probably... There we go. Hello there, BB165X. How you doing today, friend? I'll just call you BB if that's cool. Hey there, BB. How you doing, friend? It's good to see you. Only shop in town. I could have totally known that was the case. Oh yeah, I learned that you can do that. You can just mash... question people in this game to get information. I've enjoyed your company, Feline. You've saved my life, and I won't forget it. Nice. Well, that's probably just a little reputation increase. Let's go ahead and repair our gear, and then we'll get going back to we'll get going back to Alikra. All right, not you. I think most of my gear is going to be fine. Yeah, I'm really geared up right now. I'm moving towards an all Daedric set eventually. My cat is recruiting for the Cat Empire and spreading propaganda. What should I do? Support their cause. Do your part. The fire rises. I'll always advocate for cats acting up. Yes, they're my girls. And we got a problem. My girls have become aware of, like, their claws, I think, at this point, in lack of a better word. Like, they'll just walk up and, like, put a paw on me and then just slowly sink the claws in. And I'm like, stop it! But yes, you should help your cat form the Cat Empire, the East Cat Empire Company. Let's go ahead and sell what we got in the wagon. You know what? I should probably wait till I get back to Alikra to do that, because I should be using the merchants that I have closest to me. Let's go ahead and check my journal. Giant killing 70. Okay. Hired me to kill a giant in the ruins of Rosher Manor. I am to report back within 78 days for my ward of... Oh, God, you ain't giving me shit for this mission, man. This is not going to make up for the repair costs. There we go. Alikra. Funny thing is, I sleep on a mattress on the floor and my cat sleeps in her tower. Damn. Man, of course your cat's going to start the cat empire and start recruiting. You've fucked up the power dynamic. Sometimes sleep undercover me, though. That's nice, yeah. My cat likes to lay in my arm, lay in like the crook of my shoulder, and like just in the kind of crook of my arm. But she mostly does it while my arm is hanging off the bed. So she'll like sit there and meow next to me until I form a little spot for her to sit, and then she'll lay on top of my arm while I'm like holding her up in the air. I don't get how this can be comfortable for you, but whatever, I guess. Oh, friends. Wait, why did I equip my dagger? I don't need this. Dagger fall back into the inventory. Hello. Oh, shit. Are you a friend? What about you? Are we seeing a battle, like the start of a battle breaking out? Okay, you're attacking me, so you're catching these hands. Yeah, I think that other guy getting popped was just a fluke. There we go. Thief just died. You should meditate on what you've learned about hand-to-hand. I agree. Actually, I should really... Let's go ahead and heal up a bit. Bolinus Balm. There we are. Are you playing mods? Yeah, I'm playing Daggerfall Unity. I got a bunch of mods installed. I'm trying to maintain the original art style, though. I actually really like the way this game looks with its like low poly artwork and pixel art stuff. And I'm not too keen on the... Excuse me, I'm not too keen on the digitized 3D models so much. But then again, I've never really been into those. I've always been more of a pixel art guy. I like good pixel art more than I like weird, uncanny, digitized 3D models. And if I could swap out all the digitized models for, like, hand-drawn pixel art, I totally would. I love the... Like, I think this game would look so much better if it was all pixel art. Apparently that was something that was introduced rather late through development. Like, halfway through development, they were like, let's use digitized 3D models. And the people who made the game are like, yeah, nah, the technology's not there yet. And then they saw the digitized 3D models, and they were like, oh, hell yeah, that looks great. Let's use those. And I'm here from 2025 to tell you the technology wasn't there yet. They look terrible. Same except the dungeons map. Yeah, I actually really like... the only dungeon mod I have rolling is smaller dungeons. And even then, the dungeons still glitch out sometimes and store quest objectives in little pocket dimensions I can't reach through natural gameplay. So you will see a bit of cheating, because I have to, because sometimes the one item I need is in a room that is completely accessible from the rest of the dungeon. And I don't mean like behind a locked door or underwater. I mean... It's rendered in a separate room. All hail the giant killer. I knew you were the right one for the job. Here's 274 gold. Thank you, friend. Right. Well, a little bit of cash. Let's say we go sell our wares and then return for another quest. I mean, the map menu. It's very hard to navigate the menu for you. Oh, okay. I feel that. I've gotten used to it, honestly. Early on, I had a hard time with it, but now I know what to look for. I even got mods that make certain things like secret walls more fair. So, like, when a, dirt street... Hello? Am I in trouble, officer? No, okay, good. I have a mod that makes it so you can hear wind blowing through secret doors so that you can find them. Like the 3D one. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I had trouble with that, too. It took me some time to figure out, but eventually when I started to realize and know what I'm looking for, I didn't have any issues whatsoever. Alright, we sold all those wares. Let's go ahead and make our way to an alchemist. Where's the nearest alchemist? Bargain Herbs, the Emperor's Herb Garden. Alright, so we'll just hit the Fighters Guild and then head directly south to the shopping square. This is the Fighters Guild, right? Yeah, so... Man, it's kind of funny to me how the Mages Guild gets the big, giant, like, castle-looking building, and the Fighters Guild is, like, a single tower. I mean, I do like the idea, it's just, it's weird to me. I'm like, why are you doing it like that? Why's that gotta be that way? Why can't the Fighters Guild have a big house, too? Emperor's Herb Garden. And apparently, like, the Thieves Guilds just look like normal buildings because they're Thieves Guilds and they gotta hide. But apparently Thieves Guild's like an Imperial Guild, like it's legal, right? The only Thieves Guild I'm really experienced with are the Thieves Guild in Skyrim and Oblivion, so it's going to be interesting to see it from another game. Hello, Morpum. Morpum. My name is Morpum, my lord. My parents hated me. That's why they gave me this name. Goodbye, my lord. I am a Dunmer who lives in the desert. I am in everlasting agony. The skin burns my flesh every day. Man, I don't like how the only alchemist in town is Morpum. All he ever does is talk about how his mom and dad hated him, and how his skin burns from the sun. Business has been terrible. Like, well, yeah, Morpum, every time someone walks into your shop, you talk about the blisters that are starting to form on your skin. Why won't anybody buy my potions? Morpum is in everlasting agony. Poor bastard. Then again, I don't know if... Because, like, I'm applying drow rules to the Dark Elves. Maybe... Oh, there's a bank here. Holy shit, that's awesome. I don't know if they have the same, like, sensitivity to sunlight that the drow have. We are looking for a pawn shop. Do you have a pawn shop in town? There you are. Have you seen Armand Kristoff? Oblivion reference. Yeah, I'm not familiar, sadly. It's the first Elder Scrolls game I played was Oblivion back when I got my PS3. So it's been more than 10 years since I last deep dove into Oblivion, sad to say. Alikra Antiquities. Let's head up to the Green Skull and then head east. Hate. Let me tell you how much I have come to hate the Alakir Desert since I have come to live here. There are 10,000 grains of sand being tracked into my shop in wafer-thin patterns. They should have exiled Anakin to Arrakis or something. Like if they ever caught Anakin for his crimes, just exile him to Tatooine. Honestly, I feel like if Anakin had continued to live on Tatooine, he would have just naturally become a Sith. Like, just by living on Tatooine as a Force-sensitive person who hates sand, like, your life has got to be so full of bitterness and hatred that you just join the dark side on principle. 10,000 only? Rookie number. Right? I do love the idea that child alchemist, Dunmer, is just miserable all the time because he lives in the Alakir Desert. My dad runs the Fighters Guild. He never talks to me anymore. He doesn't approve of my profession. I have arrived. Hello, Vintage. We're making up headcanon about NPCs. Join us. There's a Dunmer child running the alchemy shop, and I was joking about how miserable he must be living in the desert. And he's just like, Morrowind, now there's a nice place to live. Hard cut to Morrowind, and there's just a person sitting there in a fucking blight storm crying. Just like, we have volcanic storms that not only carry ash, but carry disease. Morrowind, now there's a nice place to live. It's a child sobbing as they're overtaken by the blight. And necrosis! That too. Competitive Vintage. I've arrived. Just a poor bastard lives in the Alakir. Like, I don't know, he could be living in a high rock and he's just like, it's too bright out here. I wish I was back in Morrowind. It's like, do you? No, not really. It's nice here. Alright, I think I've sold everything I can in my wagon right. No, I can't. There's a bunch of other shit I need to sell. Who do I sell this to? Ah, well, fuck it. Let's go ahead and... I need to go to the bank, so let's go and find that bank. The bank, the Alakir Desert, yeah. Right? No, for real. Well, I don't know. Oh, no, actually, I live in a boring place, so I know the feeling. But at the same time, it's like, there's other places I would much rather not live that are alternatives that I'm like, okay, I'll be open to anything that takes me out of here, but I'm not in a hurry to leave, so to speak. Like, I wish we had a better nightlife here, but I don't want the crowding of a city, I don't want the traffic of a city. I would love the public transportation of a city, but I also like to drive my car, so... Could be chilling in the Grey Quarter, Windhelm. Is that much better? That's like but that's like just a different kind of desert, you know? It's a tundra. It's a boreal tundra. You might as well just continue to live in the desert, except you're going to be trading in being hot all the time for being cold all the time. Also, it gets cold in the desert. That's the other thing, is like at night, it's probably really chilly here. Then again, I think deserts are awesome. I always have. They've always been really cool to me. Alright, they're open from 8 to 15. What time is it now? Alright, it's 1600 hours. Alright, we can go ahead and rest for the night at the inn, and then come back in the morning. A tundra, but with more racism, and murder. Murder mystery. You know, I never figured out who actually killed that person in that quest. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I plan on playing Skyrim again. But I actually do want to try to get to the bottom of who actually committed the murder in that quest. I tried really hard, but I don't think my brain was all there yet as a child. My brain had not developed. I was still a sproutling. Still a sproutling. Beep, 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 beep. Rest until healed, and then we'll see what time it is. 5 o'clock? Alright, 6 hours, I think? Yeah, we'll rest for 6 hours. And then we can go and hit the bank, drop off all our gold, get a letter of credit, and then head back out. Oh yeah, the reason why I'm always interacting with the bank is that you get to a point where you get such absurd volumes of gold that it starts to weigh you down, because gold has weight in this game. And so what I like to do is you then go to the bank and you deposit the gold into your account, and then you withdraw a letter of credit, so that you basically have a little mini disposable credit card you can take with you. It's more like a check, you know. You know, I've never paid by check before. I have cash checks and put them in my account, because of course I've worked jobs. That's what you got to do. But I mean, I've never actually paid for anything by check before. Okay, what did I do wrong? All right. From 8. Oh, okay, I see. I live in Idaho. It's beautiful, especially in the mountains, except for the people and the politics. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, man. In Michigan, I love the natural beauty of this place, and I love the small businesses. I just don't enjoy the politics and the people. Hello, banker. Low deposit. I like to always have at least 1,000 in my account, so 33690 is what I'll deposit. You don't have enough gold. Bullshit. 33690. How much are you taking off? 33600. Oh. There we go. That's why. 14393. Alright, cool. Now that we've deposited all of our gold except for 1,000. You know what? We could just deposit all of our gold, to be honest. We'll just... Bam. Alright. And then we'll withdraw a letter of credit. 346... Let's do 600. 34600. Yeah. 346. Our withdraw. 34600. I wish there was just a max withdraw amount button. That'd be really nice. Let's just do 34,000. There we go. And then withdraw 300 as an additional letter of credit. Withdraw 40 as an additional letter of credit. All right, cool. Now we have all of our gold on us, but in the form of these letters of credit, and it doesn't take up nearly as much weight. Same on the check thing. Yeah. Oh, really? I think checks are out the window now, especially once the boomers die out. Halt. I always thought that was funny. It is. No, I love the halt. I actually use that in D&D. It's almost as funny as "Stop right there, criminal scum!" Like, just the fucking guards in Oblivion are so intense. Like, why are they so intense? Like, they home in on you. You commit a crime, they'll come running from the next town over and yell at you. "Stop right there, criminal scum." Criminal cum.
No.
No. Vea says no. I can't say that again. I'm sorry. Dog. I apologize to my audience who was looking forward and anticipating all of the criminal cum jokes. They've been stricken from the script. I'm whipped. 2:11. 2 hours. There we go. Then we'll get to 11-hour mark. All right, let's get another mission. Hello, Mr. Fighters Guild. Congratulations, Feline. Because of your outstanding weaponry prowess, we have promoted you to the rank of journeyman in the guild. Among other benefits, this increase means cheaper weapon repair and more profitable work assignments. They went so hard on guards. You have violated the law! Yeah. Stop right there, criminal scum. I have another kind of job here, Feline. In case you're tired of killing rats and bears, there's this house here in town that's afraid of a break-in tonight, and they need a guard. They're paying 659 gold. Is that your kind of job? Yeah. All right. Head over in town to the Garesmith residence. Stay there from 11 at night to sunup. These people weren't too specific about what threats they were expecting, but it's not going to be vampires or werewolves or something.
It's going to be rats.
Just some local lowlife and his friends and his rats. Stay inside until they say they don't need you any longer. You're contracted for one night. They'll give you the gold when you're done. Hopping in to pet a dog is a great move, yes. You've committed crimes against the Cat Empire and her people. You're gonna do well. You're gonna do good here, BB. You're gonna do well. Alright, where are we going? We need to head to the Garesmith residence. Let's go ahead and ask around and see where we can find... Oh!
I'm sorry.
Scary sounds.
It was barely even scary.
It was scary. Yeah, of course. I love that mod. See, I've learned that I don't need to question multiple people. I just need to mash. And then if he doesn't tell me, I'll just mash again. Yeah, hopping in to pet a cat is a great betting at pet a dog. Thank you for the follow, BB. I appreciate it. Also, I can walk on water. Hello, Mr. Cow. Or Miss Cow. Because you're a lady. Cows are ladies. Except for when they're Otis from Barnyard. Hey, kitty. He's a trans icon. Where was I going? Garesmith residence, yes. I don't like that part where he shoots a bunch of milk. It's very disturbing. Even to child, Alex. And Otis's dad. That's true. Oh, I thought Otis's dad was a bull. Is he a cow too? Cool. The tribute about wars between the Cat Empire and Dog Republic. Hell yeah. I like that. I remember that movie, like Cats and Dogs, where it was like about like that of cat spies and dog spies committing info warfare against each other. Info warfare. I can't say that with a straight face, and I just think of Alex Jones. All right, 11 at night. So what we'll do is we'll rest. We'll rest 11 hours here. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll rest 12 hours here. All right, loiter 11 hours. Head on in. That sounds like a fun time, though. Is that our guard for the night? Make yourself comfortable wherever you please. Alright, well, first thing I'm going to do is just find a corner, like that's central in the house. A quick save here, and then I will loiter till sunup. I'm going to guess that's like I don't fucking know, like a bunch of time. Just rest for 12 hours. And I'll stand here and we'll wait. And if anything attacks, we'll fight it. Curiously, you noticed a bag of gold, which appears to be out of everyone's sight. The adrenaline rush of today's events may have worn them out too much, lending to momentary distraction. Will you attempt to take it for yourself?
This seems like a setup.
No, I'm good. I'm on the job right now. You have bread to the house because you have earned our gold. This is what they said belonged to you. Thank you for the money, friend. Alright. Oh my god, it's bright. 6 a.m. Otis didn't get his middle surgery yet. Well, yes, lol, it's called Cats vs. Dogs. Yeah. Meow meow. I like stories of cats doing great schemes. It's great. Suspicious gold. Yeah. It's just the bag of gold, but with like the JoJo menacing text floating over it. This gold. It must be the work of an enemy's stand. They must be nearby. The problem is that's sometimes not the answer. They might be nearby. Like, no. They might be like 12 buildings over. Like, remember Highway Star in Part 4, where it's like the fucking handprints that chase Josuke, and the guy is like on the other side of town? Since they said get comfortable, you should scratch the furniture. Will do. Metamarco strikes again. You haven't been responding to my texts. Hey, Jitkurin. Let's get another quest, shall we? It's kind of a sad story, but we ended up being sort of the city guard for those far-off farm homes when the Lord doesn't care enough to help them out. Do you wanna head out to Old Mormta's farm and kill off some wild beasts that are bothering the place? Yeah. Good. Head out there to Old Mormta's farm. Sit on the dirt or something when it's night, and you'll probably pick up a bunch of these beasts fast. Take them down and come back. Here for your payment. You'll know when you're done. Be back in 5 days or less. Now the question is, if it's close enough, I actually might want to try writing to it. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. Old Mortis Farm. That looks like it's close enough. Oh, hold on. I'm at Old Mortis Farm. Yeah, that's in writing distance. We can do that. I think. We'll need to head... Which way are we heading? Let's get rid of homes and temples. It's Mikurun. Homes? Towns. Yep, so I'm here in Elikra. I need to head... southwest? Yeah, there we go. Hi there, Mr. Witty. How you doing? Manamarco's put in a quest with the Fighters Guild. He really wants your attention. He's really upset that you're not coming to his little cave to do quests. Why won't you quest for me? Why will you quest for him but not for me? Is there something wrong with me? I was like, Manamarco, you're like a lich, man. I don't know. You're not really the type of guy I like to vibe. You should... I'm a nice lich. You should do it because I'm a nice guy. Oh no, we're ruining Manamarco. How you doing, Witty? Yeah, I figured I'd try riding for the desert a bit. No, what's the worst that could happen? Cut to the desert has claimed your life. Fallout. Manamarco would make a musical. Would he? I mean, he'd probably do like a song and dance number. Have you guys ever seen Hotel Transylvania? I like to imagine that's how he uses his zombies, as just like labor. Hey, Witty. It's good to see you, man. How you been? Like I'm working for the Dark Brotherhood, and it's like Manamarco has called upon the Brotherhood, and the Night Mother has answered that you must kill whatever piece of shit you're doing quests for right now. It's just me sitting there, staring at, talking to Vincente Valerius or whatever the fuck his name. Saying like, I don't think it's gonna work, dude. You, Bob, go pick up my dry cleaning. I don't even remember what Manamarco sounds like from Oblivion. Also, is that the ocean? Or is that the desert? Because that's a good thing to ask when you're in a desert. If you're looking at the horizon in the desert going, is that water or is that sand? Then whatever game you're looking at the desert in has done its job of creating a desert. Time to keep bunny hopping on my horse until we get to our destination. Alright, I'm going to check the map in about a minute or so, and if we haven't made a certain level of progress, I'm going to just fucking fast travel. A beautiful day to travel, I agree. Surprised I haven't seen any soul shards, like, in the distance. Alright, we're going to check the map now. Let me tell you how much I... Yeah, we're fast traveling, fuck that! That's true. And wafer thin layers. You are entering Old Mormta's farm is attacking. Wait, who's attacking? Oh god! Oh Jesus, there's a battle going on. I don't know who's who. Hello? Oh. I'll search all these bodies after the fight's over. Hey. Hey. It is currently 7 in the morning, so... Hey, townsfolk, how do you feel about the fucking skirmish going on outside your city? You shouldn't be near water yet, that's true. Well, time to go pet the 3 dogs. Alright, mission accomplished, we're going home. I like the little crops they have set up. This place is a shithole, guys. Why are you farming in the desert? At least make a greenhouse. Can you imagine that being just some peasant who's like working every day under the burning sun, and some fucking asshole adventurer walks into town and it's just like, why are you farming in the desert, stupid? And like, he just look at you like, motherfucker, this is my whole life. Like, go eat shit. Like, hey, stupid, why are you farming in the desert? Like, what a ridiculous thing to say. Well, it's either this or die. So I decided I'd become a farmer. I figured, why, hey, yeah, why not farming? Blood for the Canper, skulls for the golden throne! Could be herders. That too. Oh, yeah, totally. Like camel farmers. Milking those camels for their milk. Do camels have milk? They're mammals, right? Is camel milk good? Daggerfall has left me with many questions. I knew they say that old RPGs are thought-provoking, but I don't think they're supposed to be, like, provoking these sort of thoughts. Oh yeah, this is how I got really geared up. A battle happens outside of town, and then I just load up on whatever they drop. That's how I got all this Daedric gear. Maybe I don't need 300 arrows. Could be herders, all arrogant and conceiting too. Yeah, you just walk in like, hey stupid, why are you farming? And they're like, I've had 3 square meals, I am very wealthy, and I walked into this poor motherfucker's farm that I'm supposed to be protecting, mind you. And I'm just like, why are you farming, stupid? Like, goddamn. What an infuriating situation that's gotta be. There we go. It's a guy who has actual boxing skills we're up against. Oh yeah, by the way, best mod for this game. She's a Khajiit, but she only has cat feet and a cat tail. Here, I'll go ahead and... There we are. Yeah, so she has this... She has the cat tail, and then she has little... She has, like, human feet, so I went ahead and just gave her cat ears, too, so she'd look a bit more like a Khajiit. She is the cutest. Just like my wife. Trying to score literal brownie points right now. She said she'll make pop brownies next week, so I've been very nice to her. Hello, conductor of the hype train. Hi, hey, Obi, how you doing? Ears. Did do that. Hi, Obi. Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, you do. You were the conductor of the hype train. Come and ride the train. And ride it. I should just play that song every time we get a hype train on here. That'd be good. Alright, all good. Except for this one here, we have to search him as well. Yeah, I don't know if the I don't know if the faction warfare mod's necessarily a good one yet. It's cool seeing the factions fight, but it almost never says the name of the actual factions that are fighting. And when it does say the name, I don't know who the fuck they are, so... Arena Khajiit are just people of faceprint. Yeah. Full-blown human. Alright, under attack each night by some packs of beasts. The fighter guild will pay you... Alright, so I need to stop here for the night. Sit out here, and they said specifically to sit outside, so what I'll do is I'll come up onto this roof here. There we are. Alright, we're here. It is currently 7 a.m. We're going to go ahead and rest for... Can I loiter here? No. Alright, I'll loiter for 24 hours and we'll see what happens. Okay. I'll loiter for 12 hours and we'll see what happens. It uses the news things. Just go talk with the NPCs. Oh, okay. As you approach the property, you notice a pair of Spriggans are way off. They seem to be watching the creatures move across the property, neither interfering with them nor helping them. If you know how to, perhaps you could ask them to help you or kill your prey. Do you ask them for help or do it on your own? Let's go ahead and give it a try. You call to the Spriggans to try to convince them to attack the beast. You attract their attention, but don't have the words to explain yourself. They take your shots to be taunts and step in to attack you. Oh, hello. Hello, bear. Oh, shit. This ought to be interesting. One down. That's right. You just fucked with a human with fists. Or a mortal with fists. Alright. Later, BB. Thanks for stopping by, friend. Appreciate having you here. Oh, I hear a dog. Hello, dogs. Let's head into the residence. You said to mention the news thing. Oh, shit. I'd have to break the light. I'd have to break in. Let's go ahead and rest for another 12 hours. Oh, enemies? There it is. Grizzly bear. Hell yeah. I think I can just keep resting, honestly. Let's go. Another one. My work is finished here. You should trust the property owners to take care of the cleanup. Hell yeah. Oh, another one. Where are Uopi? I don't know where Uopi are. I'm not sure, Obi. I wish I could tell you. Jay, let's head back to Alikra and tell them the good news. Usopp, where are you? I'm in the Alakir Desert. The northern. It's in northern Hammerfell. Remember Green Usopp? No. Okay, is that a crash or is it just loading? I'm gonna let it do its thing. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. Oh, Protogen has joined. No mutual friends or servers. Keep an eye on this one, fellas. I think we need like some sort of CAPTCHA that stops people from joining if they can't do it. Just to like filter bots and stuff. Anyways, shit's freezing up, so, how are you guys doing today? Yeah, so if you guys notice, the sub goal is for a new CPU. My CPU is, or not CPU, new hard drive. My hard drive's full. I can't, it's basically bloated with stuff I can't get rid of. So it's time to upgrade. One thing I'm going to stop doing going forward, at least after this game, is I'm going to stop making 100 saves for every fucking game I play. Because that's a really bad habit of mine that apparently stacks. Why not SSD? No, I mean, I am getting an SSD. Sorry, a new SSD. Did I say hard drive? My SSD is busted. I need to get a new one. SSD expensive. No, and it is, but it's only going to be a 1 terabyte. It's just for my boot drive. That's kind of the idea. But yeah, you're right. That is expensive, but I do prefer having SSDs than hard drives now. I've actually completely switched over at this point. All of my hard drives are SSDs thanks to the donations to the chat. You guys actually helped me do that. I appreciate that. Fuck. Yeah. No, it's pretty much required for any new games. Most new games nowadays are built with SSDs in mind, which is bullshit, because SSDs are still too fucking expensive, but might as well get the SSD. That's an evil superpower, Obi. Probably corrupt a bunch of data, but I'm not sure. We stop responding. Hey, Chidkern. Wow, that was weird. It was almost like we did. Every once in a while, we get an idiot like this client. Some fool left his back door open and a wild animal got in. He seems rather confused as to whether it's a bear or a tiger, but in either case, it wanted to eat him. We need you to go and slay the animal. Your standard fee is 523 gold. Want to take it, Valine? Great. Go over to Darch's quality equipment in Berbachnia. Berbachnia? Really? In Berbachnia. I'll give you 44 days to kill it and get back to me. Sounds good, I guess. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. I gotta get to Berbachnia. Hello, Mr. Camel. Sounds like a Balkan city. Kinda does, doesn't it? Alright, Berbachnia. In old Berbachnia is from where I hail. I'd love to know what the report sounded like. Fuck, shit! Berbachnia! Alright. That's probably close. Well, considering it's written in a letter, it's probably a lot more, what's the word, composed than like a phone call would be. Like if I was calling someone about me getting attacked by a fucking bear or something, it would be, we're looking for Darch's quality equipment. Is it marked on my map? No. Oh, it's a big city, too. Alright, let's go talk to somebody. Preferably a human, though the animals may have stuff to say. Greekar. We're looking for... You think so? Yeah, no, that wasn't news. I don't think you can. But, oh. No, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. There, it's marked. Tell me about, and then news. Okay, one sec. Tell me about. Oh, any news. Don't spread this around, but the Mages Guild and Patago are working together. I have nothing nice to say. Let's not start rumors. I can't spread rumors. Okay. Yeah. But I'm guessing if I would have spoken to him first, I would have been able to get that without having to match the location. Yeah, yeah. That was the thing I was running into. Now that I've finished the game and I look back, it's like, I should have just played that shit on normal, man. There is very little reason to play that game on the harder difficulties. I don't know why people like push that rumor forward. I think I would have been fine if I had played the game on higher difficulties. Debating, I might replay it honestly. Come Halloween, me and Vea might go through it again because she thought the game was super neat, and she wasn't there the first time. It uses that. Okay. All right, we're looking for an aminal. Oh. I found it. Done. Alright, we're out of here. Like, oh my god, Fighters Guild! And someone just walks in and beats a Cybertooth. Beats a Cybertooth? Like a fucking cyborg tiger? Beats the saber-toothed tiger to death with their bare hands and then leaves. Like, that must be terrifying. Why am I going to Daggerfall? That's not where I want to be. Alikra. Probably. Yeah, it uses that. It was a tiger. It was. It's done now. It's a pile of meat on the floor now. I don't even take the body out. I just bludgeon it to death and leave it on his floor. Yeah, most likely. Because, like, with the damage... I actually installed that mod after running out of bullets at a point, and rather than, you know, sucking it up, falling back, running back to where I needed to go and loading up on ammo, I just basically just installed the mod and kept rolling forward. There's a place called Daggerfall. Yep, there's a Daggerfall City and Daggerfall Province in the game Daggerfall. Oh yeah, let's talk about that actually. So in... Oh. Enemies. Where? Oh. Are they still fighting? Hello? You guys okay? Hello? Are you attacking me? Oh, I guess you are. Should have got involved. Oh well. Yeah, I'll try and stop it. Sure, we'll fight something else too. Let's let everybody's just infighting all the time now. Fuck it. Let's just see how it goes. Let them fight. Goodbye, creature. Yeah, so we're kicking ass and taking names, it seems. All clear. Never used the armor-piercing rounds. Yeah, I don't think enemies have armor. I think they have armor values. But yeah, I should use... I did eventually end up fully switching to armor-piercing rounds. I think what I'll end up doing is, when I play the game again, I'll use armor-piercing rounds for human opponents, but for animals I'll use just regular rounds. If they had a tiger at my work, I'm not coming in, we're closed. Have a nice day. Yeah, I feel that. I feel like that's a reasonable response. Yeah, a few wolves got into the building. What? We got most of them. What do you mean most of them? Fuck you, I'm going home. Never risk your life at work. Unless you're specifically doing a job that requires you to risk your life, like being a firefighter. Great eye pickups. Like the shopkeeper's still open. Right? Like, nah, man. Hey, man, you can close the shop. It's fine. You don't need to keep running the store when there's a tiger in the store. Alright, F9. It's 11 o'clock. It's, like, nearly 8, right? Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, so 4 hours. That clock widget's nice. I might actually change it, though, because it's not specific enough. Hello. No great difficulties. No great difficulties, I trust. Thought not. Here's your 523 gold. Thank you. I just remembered. One of the members just found this map to the ruins of Lekvin Farmstead. Don't kill everything in one day. Thank you, friend. I might have to go check that out. Anyways, first let's repair our gear. Gotta undress first, of course. Yep, nope. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, I love that you can recharge magical items this way. It's really great. Now, that's, of course, a mod, by the way. They actually take... in the original game, it actually takes real time for for your equipment to get repaired. However, I don't want to do that, so I go ahead and just play it this way. Hey, friend. You got work for me? Strips naked, repair my shit, pal. Right? But yeah, GSC should have made the 2 other games as DLC stories or make them cheaper. Natural items, too. Get quest. I've got another kind of job here, Feline, in case you're tired of killing rats and bears. Oh, okay. Just need a guard? Alright. Head over to the Yomwing residence. Okay. Let's talk. Tell me about any news. Didn't you kill that rampaging tiger? Oh, also his profile. I love this image. That's really cool. Where is... I don't want to fuck up my relationship with him, so we'll go in and just talk to some random on the street. Did you see that Feline? She's been running around town like a madwoman, shaking people and begging them to know where certain locations are. There it is. Yeah, I'll definitely return to the games and play them on normal difficulty, because interesting. It was interesting is that when I heard about the games, I heard Shadow of Chernobyl's damage was fine. Clear Sky's damage was the one that was all random and fucky. And Call of Pripyat was fine, you know. So it was interesting having the reverse experience, because all the mods that I was recommended for Clear Sky completely negated those systems. Yeah, like, its gameplay is a lot better. I remember feeling that way. I'm just like, man, this feels so much better to play. I don't just gotta sit and cover and pray to God my random bullet damage kills them before theirs kills me. Like, I remember clearing that first camp was actually really exciting. The one in the swamp, like, area, or the grassy, watery area. That was really cool. God for the night, make yourself comfortable wherever you please. Alright, I'll close that. Oh, shit. Your house is just a series of closets, I'm afraid. Alright, let's rest, and we're gonna go ahead and loiter for 12 hours. It's west. But how do I get there? West. Okay, but how do I get there? Still west. Okay, but let me just mark it on your map. Yeah. Asking them 100 times. Alright, no problem there. We'll go ahead and rest for another 12 hours, and curiously, you notice a bag of gold. No, I'm good. I'm not trying to rob these people. I'm just trying to survive. Thank you, friend. Trying to do a job here. It is currently 6 a.m. Let's head back east to the Fighters Guild. Yeah. I wanted to, like, get super invested in, like, in a faction quest line, but I think I might save faction play for, I think I might save all my faction play for, Call of Chernobyl. I don't know about Anomaly, but, like, I'll save it all for Call of Chernobyl, which is, I've heard is quite fun in that regard. Because that just combines all 3 games into one world, and there I feel like I could really, really have a good time doing faction stuff. Man, I'm surprised my jumping isn't max level, because I b-hop pretty much everywhere I go. It really does. Like, I did a few missions and got some really cool weapons that I never got quite for the main campaign. But honestly, when I got that shotgun with magnum slugs, oh, it was over. It was so over for the rest of the game. Like, I was so OP, and then I got the Dragunov, like, oh man. I remember you kept getting upset because I wouldn't use any weapon besides the Spas 12 with the slugs. Like, it's so good, though. Use another weapon. Nope. Bunny Boy from Daggerfall. Bunny Boy in Daggerfall. He'd probably just get lost. He'd do his best. He'd probably be good in the Fighter's Guild. He's very punchy. Eorzea is a lot more of a friendly place. Is a much friendlier place than Tamriel. Like, Tamriel is kind of defined... Like, its lore is kind of defined by it being sketchy and full of, like, infighting and politics. Like, honestly, Bunny Boy would probably end up as, like, a concubine for some lady. Like, like, him being, like, basically the boy toy for a noble woman would probably be the best possible outcome for him. For, Boimo. Hey, have you the time, Feline? I've got a job here at a tavern in town, but I'm not supposed to give it out after 9 p.m. They're going to have a get-together of some kind, and they're worried about drunks, fights, that kind of thing. It's paying standard fare if you want it. I don't like boy toy. Don't play Cyberpunk. Alright, but if it's after 9 right now, it's your fault for not catching me on it. The party's going to be at the Pig and Stag here in town. They'll stay there from 9 to sunrise, or wherever they dismiss you. Whichever comes first. Keep the people safe, and you'll get paid your 576 gold. Report to Shuchke when you get there. Alright. Looking for the Pig and Whistle Tavern. Do I know where that is? I do not! Hey! Prepare for your interrogation. Pig and Stag Tavern. But what I love about Boimo Banderson, what I love about my buddy boy in Final Fantasy XIV, is I am regularly shocked at how beautiful he is. Like, there are characters that are conventionally attractive, and then there are characters who, like, whenever you see their face, you're like, damn! You know? Like, every time I see that guy's face, I'm just like, shit! You're, like, scarily attractive. We made a scarily attractive character. Like, just based off of, like, face and bone structure. And also the fact that, like, when he takes his shirt off, he's not, like, skinny. He's, like, fucking jacked. He's really muscular. I always really like that about him. You don't like boy toy, damn. He is, like, scarily attractive. Alright, I need to speak to... Lush something or other. You guys remember his name? So we got Defolia. Oh, damn, I love the interior on here. Kind of like a clay color. Oh, that's the way outside. Go back inside. Oh no, he's hot! Yeah. Garten, Bait, Runka. Like, he is scarily attractive. Me and Vea did a really good job. Who the fuck do I have to talk to again? Beige, Garten, Maxi. Stay during a party tonight. I have to be there by 21 and stand guard. 2100 hours and stand guard until I am dismissed. Okay. What time is it now? It's 1300 hours. Alright, so wait 4 hours. Alright, we are looking for the guy. Beep 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 beep. Garten, Bait, Runka. Get a room and rest while you're here. That's not a terrible idea. I wish I would have done that before I did otherwise. Yeah, we'll just rest here for 12 hours then. We'll rest here to do the 24-hour thing, and if it's all clear, then it's all clear. Actually, let's get a room. Yep, totally. Room, I'd like a room for 24 hours. Or 24 days, sorry, no, I'd like the room for 1 day. Thank you. Alright. We're gonna rest for 24 hours. Sushike is waiting for you. Fight is guild, alright. Stay here and make sure things stay under control. I'll come for you when your shift's up. The abundant alcohol in the tavern reduces some of the patrons' inhibitions. One decides to run home and bring a pet spider in to impress the others. But acute arachnophobia takes them over, and the loud shouting makes the creature panic. Soon it starts attacking all nearby living beasts, including you! No! Spider-bot! Where are you at? Oh, hello there. You're stuck on the wall, aren't you, little fella? Spider's owner sobs bitterly, but Sushike nods to you in approval. That's sad! That's so sad! Poor Spider. Back to bed. Hey, you want to fight about it? Come over here and I'll teach you if fight fails to start. I hear there's a party going on in here. He's got the money bag, huh? A group of scoundrels enter the tavern and begins to shake people down. Sushike yells they have a bodyguard and points to you, leading the criminals towards you. Alright, let's go. Let's roll. We fuck it. We duel. We ball. Oh, hello. Well, he's dead now. Daedric Tonto, huh? Now, is a Tonto a short sword? BRB, I'm gonna get more pizza. Yo, tell me about your pizza. I've been craving pizza like a motherfucker lately. The Elder Scrolls fandom wiki ain't telling me shit. Well, time to use the UASP. Tonto is short blade. Alright, what's the damage on it? 7 to 14. Sure, I'll take it. On second thought, no I won't. I'll take it purely for the money. That's the great thing about doing quests in town, is you always have access to your wagon. After this quest, we'll take a break and read for a bit. I got cooked by Potemkin player, home to Potemkin. Wait, like Frieza, like the Dragon Ball character? But he's not real. Oh shit, hello, welcome. Welcome to my personal space. Oh, you mean the voice actor for Frieza? The drunken haze of the party makes firm attendance, believes this was all staged for their entertainment. Once the smell of blood becomes apparent, they'll probably change their minds. Yeah, no, they're gonna have a bad time in the morning. Like, as the party's like, oh man, that smell's getting worse. What is that smell? Uh-oh, we should have gone to Freddy Fazbear's instead. There's no horrible smells there. Been away for long, and we're home again. Alright, we're gonna rest for another 12 hours. Oh, cool. How about we see if we throw bottles at the Khajiit patrolling the tavern? Who hits her first? Suchiki rolls his eyes and slaps the offender's head. Suchiki comes looking for you. The Fighter's Guild reputation is well earned. We'll call for you next time we do one of these. I love how my way of bodyguarding is sleeping in a bed, and whenever I hear a noise, I just wake up and beat the shit out of whoever made that sound. Like, stop it. So one of the things I've been trying to do in Cyberpunk is parkour a lot more, because the game actually has really fun movement. And I know when I mod the game, when I get around to trying to mod the game again after failing to do so recently, I want to actually try and make the game a lot more parkour friendly. Because driving's cool and all, but like most of the little bitty quests, like the little Ubisoft style quests that are just like, oh, here's a little camp you can clear out, or here's a couple of enemies you can fight, are not on the roads but in the city itself. And so I feel like I'd have a really fun time trying to parkour my way through Night City. I should throw a bottle who could slap me at the Khajiit who could slap me into the next era, who regularly fist fights demons on like a daily basis. You know what game I really want to play that's about that concept? Look, check out the game on Steam titled Fight Night. Fight, K-N-I-G-H-T. It's a game I really want to play because it's a game about basically being Feline It is a first-person dungeon crawler where you play as a knight who fights everything with his fists. So the entire game is about dungeon crawling and, like, punch-outing your way through dungeons. It's really cool looking, and I really want to play it. It looks super cool. Dodge, hook, uppercut. Feel the blow when it impacts up your gut. Just turn into TJ combo, but trapped in a dungeon. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5 hours. No. I'm actually just going to head in here and get my money, and then... Or I'm going to head in here, repair my gear, and then... After that, we'll chill on the bed while we read some books. Let's head upstairs. Strip off all my clothing. Alright. And nope. Alright. That one pauldron needs to be repaired, as do all these enchanted items. Alright, we're repairing it. Yep. And we'll equip everything again. There we are. Alright. That much is done. We're going to go ahead and rest here until we're fully healed. And now, we'll go and have a seat on our bed and do some reading. I imagine someone reading in a Fighters Guild bed is going to get bullied. Man, if those Fighter Guild people could read, they'd be very upset. Alright, so how many books we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, we got 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're like 14. What the fuck? Alright, so 2, 4, and 6. 14 divided by 3. I don't know my math. Sorry, guys. I don't even think you can evenly divide 14 by 3. 14 divided by 3 is 5. So we'll read 5 books. We'll read 5 books each time. All right. Book number 1, Mysticism by Tetronius Lore. Mysticism: The Unfathomable Voyage. Mysticism is the school of magic least understood by the magical community, most difficult to explain to the novice mages. These spell effects commonly ascribed to the school of mysticism are as wildly disparate as soul trap, the creation of a cell for a victim's spirit after death, to silence, the extinction of sound. But these effects are simply that, effects. The sorcery behind them is veiled in a mystery that may go back to the oldest civilizations of Tamriel and beyond. The Sigix of the Order of Artaeum's term for mysticism is the old way. The phrase becomes boggled in a semantic quagmire, because the old way also refers to the religion and customs of the Sigix, which may or may not be part of the magic of mysticism. There are few mages who devote their lives to the study of mysticism. The other schools are far more predictable and fathomable. Mysticism seems to derive its power from its conundrums and paradoxes. The act of experimentation, no matter how objectively implemented, can influence the magicka by its very existence. Thus the mystic mage must regulate himself to finding consistent patterns in an imbroglio of energy. In the time it takes for him to find a source with a consistent trigger and result, his peers researching in other schools may have researched and documented dozens of new spells in effect. The mystic mage is a patient and uncompetitive scholar. Hi, Green Ghost Pie. I hacked Obi. No, you didn't. And fight night and start hearing jet engines. Right? For centuries, mostly during the Second Era, scholarly journals published theory after theory about the aspect or aspects of magicka that we call mysticism. In the traditions of the Mages Guild, to find answers to all things, respected researchers suggested the energy source is coming from Aetherius, or the Daedra themselves, to explain the seemingly random patterns of mysticism. Sorry about that, guys. I got hit with a spot of heartburn there. Some ventured to guess that mysticism comes from unused elements of successfully or unsuccessfully cast spells. Discussion with the Order of Artaeum after its reappearance has led some scholars to postulate that mysticism is more spiritual in nature. Either the intellect or emotion of the believer influences the energy pattern and flow. Hi, I'm Hate. Hi, I'm Obi. I act vintage. None of these explanations is truly satisfactory. For the beginning student of mysticism, it is best to simply learn the patterns distinguished in the maelstrom in centuries past. The more patterns are found, the clearer the remaining ones become, until, of course, they change, and then the journey begins anew. So yeah, rule of mysticism. Don't try to understand mysticism. Just do it. Just do mysticism. That's all you gotta do. Just do it. Alright. Hey, we're returning to an old favorite, you guys. We're reading... Do I have any other volumes of The Real Baron Zaya that we can read previously? No. Alright. We are reading The Real Baron Zaya, Part 9. Yeah, silence is bullshit. The Real Baron Zaya, Part 9. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, had sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging that Symmachus make every effort to locate its whereabouts, and communicate this to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jagar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn! Symmachus snarled in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant... Oh yeah, 'cause right, the dude fucking came in there, knocked Baron Zaya up, and then stole the staff and left. Was sitting serenely, knitting a baby blanket. Jagar Tharn, indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street. Jagar Tharn, indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street. What have you against this person, husband? I don't trust that mongrel elf. Part wood elf, part dark elf, but part only the gods knows about. The real and not fake, I promise you, Baron Zaya. Hold on, I gotta remember, what? I don't remember the name of the dude she slept with who fucking tricked her. Dude who tricked Baron Zaya onto a dick. What's his name? Helseth. Adavir. Informing her the imposter was the yeah. Okay, so it was Jagar Tharn who impregnated her. Okay. Got it. I think. I need to read all of these back to back one of these days. Don't worry, we'll be reading them over and over again throughout the series. What have you against this person, husband? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part wood elf, part dark elf, and part only the gods knows what. All the worst qualities of his combined races. Oh boy, yeah. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in Valenwood, of a wood elf mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Most BS is sleep. Oh, I love a good sleep spell. My DM, I think my DM's starting to hate me because I keep using... I keep just ruining his encounters with sleep. Baron Zaya, sunk in the contentment of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus thus far, but this had piqued her interest. Nightingale. Could he have been this Jagar Tharn disguised? Nightingale is, again, the dude who put that baby in her. Nay, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. Who the fuck is Nightingale, then? Because Nightingale is the one I'm thinking about. Duped by the guard, Bard, yeah. Another account emerged, the Nightingales. Yep, stolen by Nightingale. Okay, so it may be somebody else's child. It may be Nightingale. We don't know. We also don't know who the fuck Nightingale is. Nay, human blood seems to be the only one missing. The one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. The Symmachus Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Symmachus despised wood elves and lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. Nightingales of Ebonheart, the House of Mora, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of history. Once the two had been one, all the minds held within Clan Rahatham, whose royal house held the high kingship of Morrowind. Subtle. Right? Ebonheart had... So, I always... Whenever we run into racism like this, where you have the one side, which is, of course, disgust with another race, you have the admiration for a race, and, like, the admiration always comes across as, like, borderline horny. You know? Like, but human cocks are thick and powerful, you know? They're a strong, lively race. Ebonheart and Mournhold were Queen Leanne's twin sons, Moraelin's grandsons, had been left as the heirs. At the same time as the office of High King had been vacated in favor of a temporary war leader to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the oldest city of Morrowind, still first among equals, and claimed that guardianship of the horn should rightfully be entrusted to the elder. Mournhold responded that Moraelin himself had placed the horn in the keeping of the god Ethan, and Mournhold was arguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jagar Tharn of your suspicions, then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter where it lies? Samachus stared at her with comprehension. It matters, he said softly, but not that much. He added, certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further over it. Just tend to your knitting. Asshole. In a few months, Baron Zaya produced a fine son, whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the staff or Nightingale. If Ebonheart held it, certainly they did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Baron Zaya bore a second child, a daughter. To Samachus' great delight, Helseth was his pride. A little Morgaya had his heart. We've met Morgaya. We did a quest for her. We're gonna go ahead. I gotta go ahead and get some allergy pills, guys. I am fucking dying here. BRB. Ow, my hair. Hey, honey. What you doing? What for? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm not for the too, little lady. Ah, there we go. Hey, Liara. You? Come down there, partner. Means 30 more seconds in the fryer once it comes up. I called the normal chicken floppy chicken, and the manager said, no, don't call it that. That's great. Shortly after Morgaia's birth, word came that a plot against the Emperor had been unmasked, and the chief conspirators, Jagar Tharn and Rhea Silmain, were dead. Symmachus rejoiced at this news. I told you so. I told you so, he crowed. Yet thereafter, relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated. Hold on, what? For no apparent reason, taxes were raised and quotas increased. With each passing year, Symmachus felt the Emperor suspecting him of having a hand in the plot and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the increasing demands. He lengthened working hours and raised taxes and even made up some of the differences from both crown funds and their own private holdings. Yet still the demands increased and commoners and nobles alike grew restless. It does. Okay, yes. I want you to take the children and journey yourself to the Imperial City, Symmachus at last said in desperation. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be in revolt come spring. You have a way with men. You always did. He forced a smile. Damn. Okay, like, is Symmachus a fucking... Like, because we know Baron Zaya is screwing other dudes. Baron Zaya screws whoever Baron Zaya wants to screw. Baron Zaya forced a smile of her own. Even you. Yes, even me. Both children? Baron Zaya looked over towards the corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and singing a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15, Morgaia just 8. Perhaps they'll soften his heart. Perhaps, besides, it's time that Helseth was presented at the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that is not your true reason. You do not think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, Baron Zaya urged. I think she actually loves him, though. I'm getting the vibe that she genuinely cares for this man, even though she screws other dudes. He took her hand in his. Baron Zaya, love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better, if I need not fear for you and our children. Baron Zaya laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. We can do it without the rest if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. Damn. Was not expecting to hear Baron Zaya being so regretful. She does. If so, there's not our place to be. His eyes rested fondly on their carefree children. And none of us shall go without. I cost you everything once, Baron Zaya. I and Tiber Septim. Without my aid, the Septim dynasty would have never begun. I helped its rise. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that, and that my patience is bounded. Wow, way to guarantee your own political assassination, stupid. Baron Zaya gasped. Symmachus was not given to empty threats. She'd no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than on the old house wolf lying by the hearth would turn on her. How? She demanded. But he shook his head. Better that you know not. Just tell him that. If he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear, he is Septim enough that he will not kill the messengers. Now I need to go join a cult to get the last one. Oh, right! Yeah, there are fucking stones in Skyrim! Fuck, I forgot about those. People hate that quest. The late winter journey to the Imperial City was an easy one. One of the things the Septim Empire has accomplished was the building and maintenance of good highways throughout Tamriel. Baron Zaya stood before the Emperor's throne, explaining Mournhold's straits. I'll be right back. I have to go get a Tums. My heart rate's killing me.
Excuse me, miss.
What is she doing?
She just tried to get me through her. Oh.
She almost...
Oh.
I did. Oh, it's right there. It's like the idea of Queen Baronzaya blind boxes you can buy at the store, and they're all just the same stone. Baronzaya stood before the Emperor's throne, explaining Mournhold's straits. She had waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, fobbed off on pretext or another. His Excellency is indisposed. An urgent matter demands his attention. I am sorry, Your Highness. There must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see. And now it was not going well. He did not even seem to be listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had she dismissed the children. Elsa stood as still as a carved statue, but little Morgaya had begun to fidget. He had first greeted the three of them with a too bright smile of welcome that did not reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with fixed attention that was real yet inappropriate. Baronzai had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and had developed skill at reading their expressions and movement that was far beyond what any human ever learned. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes, and something more. Regret? Why? Oh god, what the fuck is this implying? Why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with an intense, though brief yearning? Ah well, perhaps he was tired of his lady. Humans were fickle-minded, but after that one long, burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission, and he sat still as stone. Puzzled, Baronzaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septim she'd known. She hadn't known Uriel Septim well, having met him only once when she was still a child, and then at his coronation 20 years before. He'd been stern and dignified, and yet not icily remote as this man was. Despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly, she felt very warm, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion. She had studied well the arts of illusion since Nightingale had fooled her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion, but why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about the Mournhold economy. Vanity? Humans were oft ashamed of the signs of age as elves were proud of them. Yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Baronzaya dared to use none of her magic arts. Even petty nobles had means of detecting, if not shielding themselves from these in their halls. The use of magic here would bring down his wrath surely as drawing a knife would. Magic, illusion. Suddenly she thought of Nightingale, and briefly he sat before her, only saddened, trapped, and then that vision faded, and another man sat there, like Nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, red eyes, and elven ears about him, a fierce glow of concentration. An aura of energy, a shrinking horror. This man was capable of anything, and then, once again, she beheld the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been caught carrying a heavy burden for too long and too far. Do you remember, Excellency, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You were no older than little Morgaya here. We were greatly honored to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said. I believe I do recall that. You and Justin were such good friends. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed. I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes were wary. As for your request, my lady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baronzaya bowed, as did her children. A nod dismissed them, and they backed away from the presence. Baronzaya took a deep breath. Justin had just been an imaginary friend, although Uriel had insisted that a place had been set for Justin at that very meal. Not only that, Justin had been a girl. Despite the boy name, Symmachus had kept the family joke long after Justin had gone, wherever his childhood friends go. Inquiring seriously after Justin's well-beings whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to as seriously, the last Baronzaya had heard Justin after an adventurous youth had married a high elf and settled in Leandro. This man occupying the Emperor's chair was not Uriel Septim. Nightingale. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baronzaya knew she was right. It was he indeed. Symmachus had been wrong. So wrong. What now, she wondered? What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and Mournhold? Thinking back, Baronziah guessed that their troubles were due to the false emperor. Nightingale, or whoever he really was, he must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly after the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated so long, as humans judged time after her offense. Nightingale knew of Symmachus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septims, and was making a preemptive strike. If that were indeed the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were under his hand in the Imperial City, and Symmachus left alone to face the trouble of the Nightingale's brewing. What must she do? Baronziah urged the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, her woman servant and guards trailing behind. They had reached their waiting carriage. Even though their apartment was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade their walking, and for once, Baronziah was glad of that. Even the carriage seemed a kind of sanctuary now, false as she knew that feeling to be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a letter, then pointed towards the carriage. The guard brought it to the boy to her. The boy waited, eyes wide. The letter was brief and complimentary, and simply asked if King Edivir, if Wayrest High might be granted an audience with her. And he had heard much of her, and he would be pleased to make her acquaintance. It'd be really funny if she opened the letter and it was like, why are you reading and not responding to my letters? And it's like, oh, man, Marco! He edited the story! Baronziah's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination for any dalliances with the dazzled human. She looked up frowning, and one of the guards said, "The boy says his master waits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by half a dozen courtiers and guards. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, removing his plumed hat. "Very well," Baronziah said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call upon me tonight, after the dinner hour." The man looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least lovesick. Fucking intense. I really want to, like, I'm really hoping that by the end of the series, I have read all of these books. I could sit down and just read all of them if I wanted, but I think it's more fun this way. Yep, so that was The Real Baronziah, Part 9. I'm going to look up who Nightingale is again. The Elder Scrolls Nightingale. No, not Nightblade. Nightingale. Like the character. Ah, okay. The Nightingales. Okay, so there's an actual entire book series, and there's a couple of books in-game about them, so I hope we find them and get to learn who they were. Sounds pretty cool. Anyway, that's 2 of the 5 books we're going to read, so we'll go ahead and read the next one. Vampires of the Iliac Bay, Part 1, by Anonymous. There are over 100 distinct kinds of vampire in Tamriel. The Iliac Bay region alone has 9 variations with unique powers and abilities. I have this information not only because I have been researching this blight of the world for the last 10 years of my life, but because for the 7 years before that, I was one of the creatures. Vampirism is a disease like brain rot or cholera, but far, far more insidious. One can become a vampire through certain magical items, or by the curse of a powerful wizard. But the most common cause is the bite or scratch of a vampire. There are no symptoms of vampirism except this. If the victim sleeps after the attack, but before he becomes the vampire, his sleep will be plagued with nightmares. During this 2 to 4 day period, when the disease has been spread but the victim is still mortal, most any temple healer can remove the curse of vampirism. There will be no further warning. I do not remember dying. I had been a scout for an order of knights, which shall go nameless for this. A daughter of a local nobleman had been kidnapped by a mysterious character, and my captain had located his hideout. Deep in the dank underground chambers, I searched until I found the girl, or what remained of her, a corpse the color of snow, drained of every drop of blood. I knew what the mystery man was right then, but he found me before I found the exit out. He took a good-sized hunk of my fighting arm before I managed to outrun him. I figured I was lucky to be alive. Some luck. Hey, Jinyara, how's it going? Hope the stream finds you well. We're reading some books. I am really enjoying it. Daggerfall's wonderful. I've been having a great time, and I'm reading some books that I've been collecting. My trip back to the Knightly Order was a 5-day journey. Yay! I decided to get some rest early and get my arm in better shape in case I found any more trouble. I can't remember the dreams I had that night. only that I was doing something horrible and I couldn't stop myself. I woke up screaming. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's become the one that I've played the most. See, this is my first time doing a main quest playthrough, like a full playthrough where I do all the side content I want to do and the main quest, but I've been playing this game pretty much since Unity came out on GOG. It's been a wonderful time. It's become my main Elder Scrolls game of choice, actually replacing Skyrim in that department. The next night at the inn, a little closer to my destination, my sleep was deep and dreamless. On the third night, I died. Of course, I didn't know that I had died. I had gone to sleep in a nice warm feathered bed, and woke on a cold, wet stone mortuary slab. Dazed, I opened the door to the mausoleum I was in, which I think must have been locked. I was in a cemetery not far from a town I knew, so I wandered in. It was late at night, so there were precious few souls in the streets. I paused to read a public notice, and noticed the date. The date was 2 weeks later than I thought it must have been. Yeah, relatable. As I puzzled over that, I saw a girl, a wench at my favorite tavern in town, wandering towards me. I hailed her. She ignored me. I called her by her name, and she turned to me, smiling, but with an expression that told me she did not know who I was. I had visited her tavern on my way over to the mystery man's hideout, but she didn't know me. I told her my name. She angrily told me that it was a very poor joke, that I looked nothing like the brave knight who used to visit the town, and that if I didn't know he was dead. I've been playing it since first lost in the 90s. Nice! Hell yeah! Following Dagger XL for Dagger becoming a big deal. I was excited to see a proper attempt succeed. And hey, Obi, that's a really... You'll see, you're an old head. That's awesome. Yeah, my first game was Oblivion. It was actually that and Assassin's Creed were the first games I got for my PS3. And I played Skyrim when it came out and really enjoyed it. And then once I got my PC, I actually went back and played a lot of Morrowind, and then I tried Arena and Daggerfall, couldn't really get into them, and then Unity came out, and I've been playing it ever since. Oh yeah, honestly, it really is. It gives you a good taste of all the different cultures of the Elder Scrolls. Like, Morrowind and Skyrim are great, but they're very, like, specific. They have very specific aesthetics that tie into where they are, and where in Oblivion you kind of get a little bit of a taste of everything. My emotions were a tangled skein. I could tell she was not joking, that I looked nothing like myself. I was touched by her sorrow at my death and horrified. There is something to be said for games that aren't like the first game in their series, but they're like great starting points. Like for Fallout, I always say New Vegas is where people should start. Because if you play New Vegas and you really enjoy like the action, if you find yourself enjoying like the open world and the gunplay a lot more, I would then recommend playing the Bethesda titles. But if you enjoy the writing and the world and like the characters and stuff, I'd always recommend recommend Fallout 1 and 2. And horrified by the idea dawning on me and what I had become, suddenly an overriding instinct overcame all my thoughts. Hunger. Without even thinking about what I was doing, I reached out and tore her throat open. I trained her until she looked like the corpse in the Mystery Man's dungeon. The rest of the story is told in Vampires of the Blade, Chapter 2. Hell yeah! I'll make sure to read this. I try to, like, whenever I play these games, becoming a vampire is just part of the fun. So I'll probably try to find a vampire clan that tops off my last few stats I need buffs in, and will be joining up. Because they actually have, they were actually inspired by Vampire the Masquerade while making this, and so there's actual, like, vampire clans. King Edward, Part 12. The dragon had paused, so Edward interjected. Mother and I have been discussing the nature of the gods recently. Akatosh, and she thinks that poetry would be a... I already read this one. Alright, that's 4 down. We're going to end with the story of Lyrisius, and then we'll return to playing the game. In ancient times, there lived a hero named Lyrisius. He fought against the Akaviri slave traders and single-handedly slew hundreds. Despite his valor, Lyrisius' army was routed and scattered to the 4 winds. Lyrisius fled to the moors to escape the Akaviri chariots. Far from the lands of men, Lyrisius entered the blasted land. At the heart of his forsaken landscape, he met the Worm. A great scaly beast mocked the mighty blows of Lyrisius' enchanted spear. It melted the shield fear-struck gift of the Daedra Boethia with a single blast of its fiery breath. Lyrisius seeing that he could not defeat the creature by force of arms, surrendered. The worm intended to devour Larizios when the hero offered to be its slave and manservant. Ever prideful, the worm agreed, seeing that the worm was vulnerable to conceit. Larizios spoke. "O great worm, for my first service, I beg that you allow me to polish your one tarnished scale." Indeed, centered between the great wings of this creature was a dull scale, clearly out of reach of its long neck. Its vanity was such that it immediately lowered one wing for Larizios to climb upon. Damn! Dumb lizard. Once astride the great lizard, Larizios slid his dagger underneath the scale and into the tender flesh of the beast. Though it spun and twisted in all directions, the worm could not get at the hero. Finally, it took to the air. Larizios clung to its neck with all of its strength as the worm banked, rolled, and dove. Seeing that Larizios could not be shaken free, the worm demanded that he remove the stinging blade. Larizios answered, "Fly straight on until you see a great army. Destroy that army, and I will remove my blade." With a great roar, the scaled creature set off. The Akaviri army had no chance against the fire-breathing beast. That's fucking awesome! Bro, GTA to dragon. The fire-breathing beast. They have never plagued Tamriel since. "I have done as you bid. Now, sheath your stinger," roared the worm. Knowing that he would be devoured or worse, Larizios pulled the blade and leapt from the back of the flying worm. Indeed, the foul monster had intended to slay the hero. The worm pursued the plummeting Larizios. Boethia appeared beside the falling hero, praising him for ultimately destroying the army of Akavir. She turned him into a raven. Larizios quickly lost the worm in the clouds. Legend has it that the worm still lives, though this happened in the First Era, long ago. The dragon nurses a grudge against Larizios and all of his kind. It is vowed never again to trust two-legged bearers of weapons. Scholar's note: if this legend has a basis in fact, the artifact Fearstruck was utterly destroyed. No other reference to it has ever been found. Damn, I kind of wanted that shield. Yeah, so one of the things I actually really like about this game is a lot of its literature is like hints at things you can do in the game. So all the books of the Daedra we found so far are very specific about times and dates because you need to know specific dates and holidays in order to summon the Daedra. God. The King Edward series. I need to read more of them. I've read 2 of them so far. The dragon one was very confusing. Oh yeah, Fool's Ebony's in there too. I gotta... So yeah, next will be Wayrest, Fool's Ebony Part the Oneth by Frincheps, Tale of Kieran, Galerian, and then A Healer's Tale. So we'll read those next 5 at the 4-hour mark. Note 2, never mind, we found it. That'd be great. Alright, I believe my gear is all in good condition. Famous last words. Oh, by the way, if you want to get a look at my stats. I'm pretty busted right now. Lots of enchanted gear. Almost all my stats, save for agility, are at 100. Hello, Chidkern. Every once in a while, we get an idiot like this client. Alright, so go kill an animal. Got it, yes. Go to the Red Rascal in Togham Manor. Alright. So I'll read those quests when they first come, when they first arrive. Let's wait for the world to load in so I can move smoothly. This area, for some reason, is a lot more graphically intensive than Daggerfall, funnily enough. Let's go back to Togham Manor. Not all the numbered entries in the King Edward series exist. Nope, I'm wrong. It's alright. Yeah, I do want to give them a read. I actually got to really like King Edward's character. Reminded me of, from what I've read so far, it kind of reminds me of Sword in the Stone. I like the story of the Boy King as a concept. Also, look at all those enchants I got going, man. I love it. Oh! Is attacking. Who's attacking? The Fusa? The Fusa is attacking? What's going on? Who's fighting? What? Redith! Redith's attacking! Oh my god! Quick! Get out of here! There's a war! Redith, run! Oh, jeez! Looks like you guys are doing a pretty good job, actually. Hello! You guys raided right as, like, an army attacked this town. Is this your doing? Are you behind this? Hello, my friends! Quick shout out to Redith, unless Obi does it first. He'll probably do it first. I'm very slow. Yes, what were you guys playing? Shoutouts to Redith. Everyone give them a follow. What were you guys up to? We are playing some Daggerfall Unity. It's fucking awesome. We're having a really good time. We just finished reading some books. How are you doing, friend? What were you up to? I cannot deny nor confirm it. Ah. Intrigue in the court. I see how it is. What was that pauldron I just found? Oh, it's iron. Okay. Library... Ooh, okay. Don't know what that is. Let's give that a Google. Library of Ruinia. Okay. Logo looks cool. I'm loading it up on Steam right now. It's taking a minute, so I'll check on it here in a bit. I'm trying to control my computer. It is not happening. My apologies, everybody. Computer's frozen up. It'll be a second before it gets back to it. Again, that's why we got our new sub goal. Gotta replace my current SSD. Shit's busted. Oh man. Looking outside, these icicles are getting gnarly, man. It's so cold. Seriously. Thank you. May I have control of my computer? Thanks. Sometimes it happens, no worries. Alright, one sec, guys. I gotta check out this game. May you find your book in this place. Combat between the guests and librarians break out as we're on a stage. Defeated guests turn into books and library goes onwards, and eventually get your hands on the one singular perfect book. Ooh. Oh, it's not... Is it not in English? Yeah, this seems to all be in... looks to be Korean. It's a card game, The Great Story, the sequel to Lobotomy Corporation. Ah! Now that's a game I've been kind of staring at for a while. Roguelite monster management game. Yeah, gotta give that a play sometime. Snow's overrated. Yeah, at least when it's out of season. Snow is a naturally occurring Christmas decoration, and the feeling I have when I see it after I see it December 25th is the same feeling I have when I see Christmas lights. I'm just like, no, that's a Christmas decoration. Yeah, nature made it, but come on, have some taste, nature. God's like, nah, man, my son's birthday is ongoing, motherfucker. It ain't stopping for nothing. It's a Korean game, but it is translated. All right, cool. Nothing against Korean games, I just don't understand the language. But yeah, I have been making eyes at Lobotomy Corporation for a while now, and I'm like, all right, well, if it's getting sequels and shit, I might as well check it out. Winter Solstice is 4 days before Christmas. Yeah. Well, I don't care. What do you have against green games? I have nothing against green games. Where's this coming from? But yes, I hope your stream went really well. We're just chilling, honestly. These longer games, you'd think they'd be a lot more intense, but for the most part, longer games like this are a lot more chill. I'm also getting really fast at managing this inventory. I guess it's because I've been doing it for like 20 hours. First game, and then comes LOR, and then Limbus Company. Ah, Limbus. Wait, which one is Limbus the gacha game, or am I just crazy? Yeah, Limbus is the gacha game, isn't it? No, I'm crazy. What am I thinking of? Wasn't there like a train-based gacha game or something like that? I'm not sure. Cool though, looks awesome. Okay. Alright, Hey, like, my same rule that applies. As long as I can play the whole game without spending a dime, then I'll be okay with that. Not that I don't want to spend money on games, I'm just very selective about how I like to do it. Like, I'll pay the box price, I just... Honkai Star Rail is train and gacha. Is it? Oh. Alright. Yeah, as long as the game can be played like beginning to end with minimal grinding or need to buy anything, I'm cool with it. Okay. Like I remember, like Warframe. I did spend a bit of money on Warframe. I remember way back when, but that was just like I'm like, all right, I'm really enjoying the game. The game is easily worth $60. Let's just toss the tip their way. You know, that's on occasion I'll do that, but it's very rare. It'd have to be something I'm really enjoying. Like if Final Fantasy XIV was free to play, which it is in huge parts of it, I am okay spending money on that one because they're giving away so much of it for free, and also not asking for any money otherwise. Yeah. Yep, just searching all these bodies. This is what these like attacks have become. Genuinely considering uninstalling this mod because it feels really broken. Because all it really is there's a battle and I wait to see who wins it because I don't know whose team is whose and I don't want to get involved unless like if it was like the Daedra are fighting the town guard, I'd be like, all right, let's go fight some demons. But I don't know who's who, and there's no indication of which factions are which. So I have a hard time getting involved with the fights. Gotcha. Honestly, I wish more games like this is an old concept. It doesn't really get done anymore. But like I would rather have like 2 versions of the game released, like make one that's like a $60 game that people like me can buy that just has everything unlocked, and then make another version that's free to play but you have to grind or pay money for everything. I'm cool. Like I like that idea. But I know that's not the point, and I know that the budget behind a game like that, like they're expecting to make way more than $60. All right, what the hell was I actually here for? I need to find the Red Rascal at Togha Manor. Hey, there it is. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, child. There it is. Grizzly bear is dead. I got. Got. Righty. So, let's go back to Alikra. We're done here. That was quick. So yeah, what you're kind of going to get with these streams is less, like, because of the way that guilds work in... Oh, shit. That was a crash. Because of the way guilds work in Daggerfall, you guys are going to get less of a complete overarching story with the guilds and more just... You guys are going to kind of get a taste of them, of what the guilds are like. I'll try to avoid talking to members of the guild when I'm off stream, because I plan on grinding and other stuff, like basically leveling up my short blade skill in other ways. All right, are we back in? Are we good? Shit, there's the crash. All right. Let's reboot it and try it again, because it crashed. Alright, I want to see... Okay, what quests do we got here? Very Wealthy Homes, Temple's Cure Poison, Sphincter Vision, what the hell? I forget about most of the mods I install, so I'm just like, what? Why is that? What is that? Power Struggle, here we are. Is there settings I can do here? No, okay. You got. Indeed he did. Indeed. I should probably just uninstall all my other mobile games except for MTG Arena, because I really don't want to play anything else on my phone. Like, I had fun playing Reigns for a while. It's just... you just hit a point with Reigns where you've kind of done everything and you're not making any progress, and it's just like, I should hard save between quests. I'm starting to realize that quick saving on the same slot over and over again is probably not the smartest idea. Just a thought. Especially considering all the rep I just earned I lost because of a crash. So, that's not great. Now, I'm debating I'm trying to figure out how I want to grind up my short blade skill, because you are entering Alikra. Fuming resonance. Alright, what quest am I on? House watching. Alright, so just head in here, sleep, pretty much. And then, yeah, glitter a while. 12 hours. Oh, we've already done this quest, but that's okay. I think there's a middle, like, as much as I like that you have to have a certain skills to do guilds, I think there's a middle ground between what this and Morrowind do and what Skyrim does with it, where it just completely just says fuck it. And it's like, oh, fuck it, you can come in, sure. Yeah, you can be in the guild even though you have no magical skills whatsoever. Of course, come on in, buddy. You can barely cast a fireball. Like, I think that's fine. What I do think they should do, though, is have more quests that... Like, basically make the quests really difficult for anyone who doesn't know magic. So, like, rather than having it be impossible for advancement, make advancement something that's very unlikely if you're not a mage. Archmage, but can't cast Fireball, right? Hey, Domby, good to see you. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, that's ridiculous. And I think knowledge of magical things, you should still be able to get there, you know? Like, they should still be able to let you advance as long as you complete the content, but the content should be very difficult to complete if you're not what you are, you know? Happened to a buddy of mine. Happens to pretty much everyone who plays Oblivion in Skyrim. Also, welcome to the chat, Domby. Oh yeah, you're a raider. Hell yeah. No, yeah, Archmage. I thought you were someone from somewhere else. But yes, welcome. Good to see you all. But yeah, no, it happens pretty much all the time, and it's like, should it? You know? Probably not. I do love how they have beds here, though. And then there's some things where it's like, hey, guys, how come there isn't a single guild in the entire game that uses hand-to-hand as a skill that allows me to advance? I should be advancing like crazy in Daggerfall. If anyone's watching and knows of a mod I can get, also look at this 3D sword. Isn't that awesome? It's fucking low poly sword. It's super cute. If anyone knows of a mod I can get to fix that and make it so I can use hand-to-hand to advance in guilds where it'd be appropriate, like this or a Knightly Order, please let me know. I'd love to get that set up. All right, let's save our game. We're gonna go ahead and save in slot 41. That'll become our Fighters Guild slot. What mod are you looking for? A mod that okay, so you know how every guild has certain skills you need to advance it? Can I just get a mod that makes it so I could advance in the Fighters Guild with hand-to-hand? That way I don't have to train up other skills. Did you check the Nexus? I did, but nothing came up of it. Here, I'll just look up hand-to-hand Fighters Guild mod. Daggerfall, Unity, hand-to-hand Fighters Guild. No, I'm not getting any results. Yeah, if anyone knows of a mod I can get, because like I love the hand-to-hand fighting in this game, and it doesn't make any sense that the Fighters Guild would be like, no, we don't want you. You're really good at fighting with your fists, and you're really good at doing exactly what we do, but in a different way. But we don't want you. But if you can shoot a bow really good, we want you. Even though it's less fightery than, you know, punching the shit out of someone. Literally, fist fighting is not a skill that advances the Fighter Guild. It's not a skill that advances the Fighters Guild either in Morrowind. It's like it doesn't have any skills, it doesn't have any guilds attached to it. Feline the second, isn't it? Just who I was looking for. We have a rather interesting job requiring a bit of brains rather than brawn. Are you interested? Here's the situation. Seems Stilpty has this pet saber-tooth tiger. Don't ask. And it ran off a few days ago. She had tracked it to the ruins of old Geldsa's hovel. But now we need someone to go in there and bring it out, alive. The trick is that it's been trained to respond to this bell. The tiger should become docile if you ring the bell in its face. Of course, Stilpty did say it isn't trained too well. Are you surprised? So you may have to smack it upside the head once or twice to get its attention. Just don't kill it, okay? Bring it back to Stilpty at the palace in one piece within 50 days, and she'll pay you 567 gold. Good luck. Alrighty, Chitgurn. Sounds good. Let's go and get that tiger. It's good that we're not killing the animals this time. I was getting really sick of that shit. Hello, Mr. Camel. Make sure you greet your animals when you go through the city. Right. Oh, it's only 2 days away. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm trying to think of, like, things I would change about this game to improve it, other than I haven't already modded into the game. Other than that, other than making hand-to-hand a skill you can use for the Fighters Guild, I'm hard-pressed to think of anything. I'm excited to actually use the airship mod that came with the game. Because if I can, like, sail across the world in the sky, that's always a great feeling. And it's something that I wish more RPGs would do. Like, I love travel progression in games, where you go from walking slowly on foot to sprinting across the landscape to riding a horse to flying on the back of a dragon. Like, I love that advancement. It's really cool. Tying it into your growth as a character. I wish more games would do that. Like, MMOs have been pretty cool about that, going from on foot to a flying mount. I freaking love the airship mod, BBL. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy. I still have not listened to the new Kendrick album. I need to. I've mainly just been listening to stuff from To Pimp a Butterfly. I really like that album. Let's get out of here. Oh, is that an orc? I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You don't see shit. Yeah, get fucked. Just kicked you in the back of the... Ooh, got a hit off on me, though. Just kick him in the back of the head. That's an embarrassing way to die. Imagine just you're doing your job and just some lady runs up and just kicks you in the back of the head. And that's how it ends for you. Poor bastard. Also, oh yeah, we gotta remove all the books we read. We read this one, we read this one, we read this one, we read this one, we read this one. Alright, cool. Alright, we're caught up. Perfect. Oh, hello. Oh, I actually really like this enemy. So there's a few enemies in the game that still use sprites. I really like the way they look. That's that's the biggest thing I'd fix. Because like it's kind of the opposite of what the default mods for this game are, but where they try to like make everything look like they took all the really nice sprites and made them look like shitty 3D models or shitty digitized 3D models. And I would do the opposite. I want to take all of the 3D models and replace them with really nice looking 2D sprites. So like, let's open up the bestiary real quick. So you have like things like this, where you have this big dumb 3D model that's not very dynamic or anything. That's just a naked woman. Let's try to avoid that. But then you get things like this, which are just gorgeous, gorgeous 2D sprites. Goofy-ass skeleton, goofy-ass skeleton, goofy-ass skeleton, skeleton, vampire, witch. Yeah, and so they're rare, but you get things like the Wraith that look really nice. But then you just get these ugly-ass digitized 3D models that I'm just not very fond of. Like, the bat looks great. Look at his smile. Happy little bat. The rat looks terrible. Apparently, this was the model. If I remember correctly, this right here was the model, or the sprite, that sold Julian LaFay on the digitized 3D models. But no, I love the... honestly, this one turned out really well. Not gonna lie, this one looks really good. I genuinely can't tell if that's a sprite or a 3D model. Yeah, most of these don't look very great. And they're just kind of, they've aged in a not great way, whereas... Also love the Seducer. The Wereborn and the Werewolf look awesome. Oh, look at the Dragonling! He's so cute! Look at the little guy. I love him. Yeah, I wish more mods... that's what I would do. I would go back and replace all these digitized 3D models with gorgeous 2D artwork. That's the one thing I'd change about this game if I were to change anything next. And then there's the hand-to-hand issue I'd fix. Otherwise, though, I think this is a great game. Let's go ahead and let them fight it out. I love the addition of infighting, too. Like, it's such a good addition that I want it in other Elder Scrolls games. Like, just having enemies behave in a way that doesn't immediately acknowledge your presence goes a long way to helping a world feel a lot more alive. That's a giant right there. Oh, I hear him. Thump, thump, thump. That's another thing I like, is that all the sound... It reminds me a lot of Doom. Like in Doom, when you're like going through like one of the more mazy levels, you can instantly tell what you're up against just by its sound. Like, I would even, like, if, I don't know, I've never actually looked at arena sprites that much. But I know the intention, like, the original, what they were going to go with originally was a lot of, Jesus, sorry, sorry for not paying attention to you, fella. I was dealing with another sound. I thought there was something scarier than you after me. There was not. But, yeah, I'd love to actually take a look and like maybe there's some arena sprites we can just rip and put into this game and instantly improve it. But then again, there are some also I know there are some hideous arena sprites. Oh, it's a wereboar. I'm not scared of you anymore. I love how we went from, oh shit, that's a fucking wereboar. Oh god, let's just ignore it. Let's just try to get away from it. To just casually pummeling one to death. One of the things I've learned from Elder Scrolls modding, and from Fallout modding as well, is having the intention of what the game is supposed to be in mind, you know? Like, I especially learned this lesson with New Vegas, and how, like, if you try to take New Vegas and make it into, like, a first-person shooter, like, if you try to turn New Vegas into a Far Cry game, you're probably not going to have a very good time, you know? The game's going to play kind of weird, and it's not going to quite feel right. But if you try to take New Vegas and make it into the best version of itself, you're going to have a much better time. Yeah, that's great about it. Yeah, no, like the feeling of progression and power is so strong. Yeah, yeah. The zombies are just Mana Marco's postmen at this point. Every time we see one, we just make fun of the idea of Mana Marco trying to send us letters and us ghosting him. I know you read my text, Commander. I love that. I love the giant sound effects. Alright, hey, it looks like a friend's coming to meet us. Hello. Alright, friend. Thank you. Give me all that. Thank you. I heard a wereboard. Did you guys hear that? That squeak in the distance? Squeak! You know, that is a sound alert. I'd love to get a sound alert of Boo. Minsk's hamster from Baldur's Gate. Squeak. Just a little pitch-shifted squeak sound effect. Okay. What did I do wrong here? Alright, so we hug the right side. Let's hug the left side and look for any doors we haven't opened. Because I've heard some which is the noise that secret doors make, thanks to a mod. But you've progressed so much that it doesn't even matter anymore. Yeah, exactly. Liches will fuck my day up. I fought a lich in a few dungeons ago. That was a nightmare. But other than that, I've been doing fine. We clear in here? Alright, we good? Dead giant? Alright, moving on. How are we doing here? Is this is the way I haven't explored yet. Cool. Pacified barbarian using etiquette skill. Well, that's nice. Hello. I'm gonna kill him. Why did I take the leather greaves? I don't want those. Aren't zombies almost impossible to kill early game? They're not impossible, it's just they have quite a bit of health, and there's a bug with one of their attacks, so it does stupidly high amounts of damage. Pacified, but not for long. Yeah. Pacified, and then I pacify you and then punch you 20 times in the back of the head. Oh, I also modded, one of the mods I got for Morrowind made attack speeds faster with speed. So that stat matters more. Alrighty. Guys, I am so fucking excited to play the rest of these games. Like, every time I boot these games up and play them, I remember how much I love them. Scared of the dark? Punch it. Apparently Jello-Apocalypse went fucking insane. Isn't that crazy where you have a YouTuber you watch when you're young and you're like, oh, they were funny. And then you learn years later that they've like completely gone off the deep end. Apparently. That's always a bummer. You're just like, damn, I used to like their little videos. But apparently they've like actually gotten involved with several like, because I remember I really like their videos about like Tumblr and stuff. I like their videos about Pokemon. But apparently, like, they have really hard beliefs on what series are good and bad, and they got involved in, like, the production of series they thought were terrible and, like, sabotaged them from the inside. Like, that kind of shit's crazy, man. Normal Boots went... Oh, yeah, Normal Boots fucking... Like, it was, like, I remember, I think it was, like, 20... What year was it? Fucking... Oh, what year, man? 2016. 2016, like, Normal Boots was just like, oh, man... So many great content creators all in one place. This is just wonderful. I have so many good videos. They also made a really bad One Piece video. Yeah. They've kind of just become the people who like dip their heads into other people's fandoms and then piss them off. That's kind of what Jello-Apocalypse has become. But like Normal Boots was just popping off in 2016. And that just like, that's all I was watching. I was watching Pro Jared and... Peanut Butter Gamer and JonTron and even like some of the lesser known people like Satchbags, like just really good shit, you know? The Completionist, and just over the last 10 years, like is it just a curse? Like whenever a bunch of YouTubers and content creators get together and go, we should make a company, the answer should always be no. Like, is that just a bad thing to do? Because it happened with Normal Boots, it happened with that guy with the glasses, Channel Awesome, you know. But no, just like PBG kind of just became an asshole. Pro Jared got like involved in a bunch of weird sexually charged shit that got him in a lot of trouble. In the end, he wasn't guilty of the worst shit, but it was still like weird that he did that, you know. It's like, yeah, okay, dude, you're not like a bad person. It's just you shouldn't have got involved with that shit, because now I'm just going to think of your dick every time I see you, and I don't like that. I don't like it, because, honestly, I don't like your dick. I'm sorry. But I don't like thinking about it every time I look at you. But when you see someone's dick like that, especially when you're not expecting to see it, it's a lot. It's traumatizing. It's traumatizing. I like that I can show people Pro Jared, and they can enjoy it without them ever knowing what his penis looks like. Not that he has a weird penis or anything, I just didn't want to see it. I don't think of him like that. It was weird, okay? JonTron, coolest guy around. No, yeah, dude dude said some really weird shit and became the CEO of racism overnight. And I'm still not sure about him. He's a funny guy, don't get me wrong. And I do pretty much everything ad-free, so I don't gotta worry about supporting him or not supporting him, so... But the guy's still funny as hell. But, like... Bro.
No.
It's hard. It's not fun anymore. A lot of the innocence and good times that I had with Normal Boots, what made me love them, like their polished appearance and just their... Like, they were very talented people. They still are. They're still very good at what they do. Every now and again, I'll watch a new PBG video and, like, have a great time. But it's just, there's a comfort that was there that's no longer there. And I feel like that's just the story of the internet as a whole, is you meet these people that you think are like you. Because they do such a good job of convincing you. And then over time, they make mistakes. I guess that's kind of the issue with, I think that's kind of why I've never really turned on Game Grumps, because, like, I have always had issues with them. I've always had issues with, like, the dog shit opinions that Aaron has. Or like hearing about what they get up to behind closed doors. And hello, Saber-Tooth Tiger, are you okay? Hello. Are you well? Okay, let's try it again. Hello. Should I just load the save? Letter, if there's... Here it comes to say hello. Okay, let's give it a read. Parchment. Use. Okay. Okay. Parchment. I'm sorry I can't be with you today in Leak Road. I wanted to take a moment to let you know that you are always in my thoughts, as always, my sweet. I'm sitting under a tree on a beautiful afternoon that reminds you. Everything reminds me of you, my darling. The shining sun in the sky, the chirping birds in the trees, even the pretty pet tiger walking with its owner there. Haha, the tiger has gotten loose, the scamp. It is bounding over my way. See how its coat gleams in the sun, like your hair in the firelight. Its owner is shouting something and ringing a little bell, but it doesn't listen. Such a high-spirited beast. It seems friendly enough. Here it comes to say hello. Oops. Let's try and use the bell again. I can't. Let's go ahead and land a few. Let's land a punch on the tiger and see what happens. Oops, you killed the tiger. Damn it! Here, let's switch over. Maybe if I switch over to... Who put this tiger here? That's what I'm here for. They also made a really... Yeah, like... And then there's things where you're like, I've heard story... Like, honestly... a lot of my expectations of YouTubers and stuff has shifted over time. Damn, my punch was too strong, right? Let me switch to my Daedric short sword. It's probably... Tiger's ear perk up at the sound of the bell. It shakes its great head from side to side and begins emitting a low growling sound. Is it purring? Tiger pads over and rubs it over your legs, nearly knocking you over. The tiger is now following you. Yay! The short sword was what it took. Let's go home. Let's get out of here. Had a guy give 100k. Gave a guy no 100k for no reason. Ah, well, you're probably his hero now. Your relationship has gone up with that random guy. But no, yeah, with Game Grumps, I've, okay, so if you guys want to get a good glimpse at, like, it's a sad story, but it's worth listening to. Just need to stab the tiger, not punch it. Yeah, that's how you keep it alive. My fists are stronger than a sword forged by demons. Hello. Hello? You just chill? Alright. Well, your XP. Kind of fucked up, ain't it? But like, there's this YouTuber, who's part of Oni Plays, named Ding Dong VG, and he's a really great guy, really great YouTuber. He also, very recently, while being involved in like kind of the LA Let's Player space, involving like, you know, shit, what are they called? Mega 64, or no, not Mega 64. Shit. It's fuck. I think it might be. I'm not sure, but basically involving that general space. I don't want to be making claims about people when I don't know about them. But apparently, like, while working on Dream Daddy, he had a lot of issues with the game because he was a closeted gay man, Ding Dong BG, and he never came out about it. He was always very shy about it. And he offered a lot of criticism about the game when they was working on Dream Daddy, about like how the entire game was like super patronizing and not very accurate to his personal experience as a gay man. And it was also being made by straight people, and they just didn't listen to him. And they then, after a certain point, once he eventually came out while working on the game, he apparently got mistreated something fierce by a lot of the people there. Like when he tried to speak to people in confidence about what had happened, it would always come back around to get him in trouble. No one was keeping their mouths shut about what he was saying to them. And a lot of people said they felt betrayed by him for coming out. And apparently it paints this picture of the LA Let's Player space of just a place where you need to basically toe the line. And if you step out, they will just ruin your life. But yeah, his situation's interesting to look at if you want to kind of get a feel for what exactly is wrong with the Game Grumps and how they behave. My advice to everybody is to separate the art from the artist and enjoy what you see and what you hear. And there comes a point with online interaction where if there are so many voices talking at once, like, okay, when you walk into a room and there's one person, you can have a conversation. If there's 5 people, you can have a conversation. If the room is full of thousands of people all shouting at the same time, can you really have a conversation? Can you really call anyone in that room your friends? Can you call the contents of that room, as loud and disorganized as it is, a community? I would say no. And so, again, that's why I tend to only watch small streamers. I typically just watch my peers, honestly. Whenever I watch a streamer, it's somebody I've rated or one of my viewers who started streaming. Because ultimately, that way you can have a very personal interaction. Like my chat, for instance. I'm able to respond to everything everyone says because there's not that many people. If there were too many people, it would just become noise. And I couldn't reasonably respond. And I would then... I think the moment where you start to refer to chat as a single entity, you might as well turn your chat off. Now, anyway, yeah. I honestly watch more YouTube because for me, it's like I mainly comment to talk to other people. I don't ever comment to talk to the video maker. I more just comment to see, like, because I don't know, reading comments is awesome. You get a lot of good stories, you get a lot of personal experiences people have, especially with, like, music. Like, one of my favorite, if you want to have a good time, look up, like, old jazz songs and read the comment sections. There are so many wonderful little stories people have. I strongly recommend it. Because, like, for me, if I ever hit it big, you guys, like, if I ever get to the point where the chat is just this rolling... word vomit, I would switch it to followers only mode first. And if that was continuing, I would switch it to subscribers only. Basically, not to incentivize subscriptions, but mainly to make it so I can use the chat. Making it so the chat's actually functional as a part of Twitch, you know? Slow mode necessary. Yeah. Roll. Because, like, when it's going so fast, you can't fucking respond. Like... I won't say click off my stream, but like open a new tab and check out like a really popular streamer and watch as their chat is just this fucking like spinning wall of text that you cannot read. Any attempt at criticism or feedback or storytelling goes out the window. I sometimes like it when you guys like type me like, how'd your day go? Like, and you just type like a paragraph of everything you did today, and it's like, hell yeah, man. I love reading that shit. And just, you can't have that experience as a big streamer. So if I ever hit it big, I would have to take measures to preserve that experience. No, for real, same here. No, Vintage, I agree with you 100%. Follower only, I'm clicking off. Now, if you're already my follower, you're not even going to notice. You're just going to be like, oh, hey, how's it going? No, like if I see verified only or follower only or subscriber only, I click off, but I understand why that's done. I mean, okay, no, actually, I don't. If you're somebody with, like, 2 viewers, your chat should not be in follower only. The verification feature on Twitch is broken, so your chat should probably never be in verified only. I mean, it cuts down on bots, absolutely, but it also cuts down on normal viewers who just want to use the website like a website. Wait, what am I supposed to do with this? I have to take it back to Philpty and Alikra. Palace, okay, gotcha. Just trying it on the corner. Yeah, because the verified only feature is broken, follower only, subscriber only. If you're not, you would need to be getting a stupid amount of chat messages to justify enabling follower subscriber only. 9, 10, 11. I don't believe there's it's the same rule I have with self-promo. If you're going to have your chat in verified only, you might as well not even stream. You might as well make a YouTube video. There's similar to how I feel about... Wait, what's the character's name? Let's talk to Slelty. It's not you. Okay. Philpty is who we're looking for. Are you Philpty? You're Saucern, Dolan, Mecht, Bach, Garmin, Gorkba. Yeah, exactly. No doubt. Without a doubt, yeah. And again, that's why I wouldn't want to do that necessarily. I'd probably keep it off by default, but when the chat got moving to a certain speed, I would be like, all right, guys, hey, look. Shit's going too fast, I can't read it. I'll probably start with slow mode as the first one. Oh, Belle Bougon, darling, you're safe. Thank you so much for bringing my baby back home to me. I'm sure he didn't give you any trouble, did he? He's just a big kitty cat at heart. He ate a guy. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Here's your 567 gold. Just like I promised that nice chidkern at the Fighters Guild. Follower only. Well, fuck you too. Have a nice day. Yeah, I feel that. No, slow mode's probably a good first step to take. Start with slow mode, then go to follower only, then subscriber only, and of course warn people before you do it. Just like, hey guys, chat's moving too quick. I'm gonna swap it over to follower only. Because chat, yeah, slow mode's probably the way to go. You're probably right, yeah. Thousands of viewers, I don't know. Yeah, when you get to that level, subscriber only, follower only is a good start. You know, It'd probably also really cut down on bots as well. Because the whole point is you're trying to make sure that chat functions as chat is supposed to function. The whole point of chat is so people can talk to the streamer. If you can't talk to the streamer, why have chat? And if there's a million people all talking at once, you might as well not have a voice at all. But that's just my mindset, you know? Unlike a YouTube video can sit and have no viewers and function just fine forever, but a Twitch stream is a very temporary, transient thing that requires viewers and engagement to function at full capacity. I only have so many nonsense stories I can tell before... Yeah. 5 viewers here, insert virus download here. What if it's download virus here and then it just gives you viewers and you're like, damn it, I just wanted a virus. Alright, let's head upstairs, repair our gear, rest, and then take our next quest. Why does my Daedric shortsword need to be repaired? I barely used it. All right. How are we doing on gold? All right. Once we breach 10,000. Damn it! How could you betray me so, Bonsai Buddy? Damn you, Bonsai Buddy! You leave me sick, I need damn the bullfrog. Yeah, I got all my stuff equipped. I think I'm just gonna get all the Daedric artifacts just to have them, just for funsies. Because, like, I was going through, like, and I'm like, I don't think I have the equipment space for all the Daedric artifacts I want. So I might as well just grab all of them and just hold on to and just hoard them. Store them at my house as trophies, you know. This lady can train me on archery. I might actually want to talk to her for a bit, but let's talk to Chidkern first. We'll go ahead and save in our save slot here. Boop, boop, boop. Get quest. Really basic one here. I say it won't pay much, but it's still an official contract. Someone dropped off a bag of money here with a note saying it needs to get across town. You'll be paid for doing it. Want to have a nice walk across the Lycra? Sure. Alright, take it. They just said he needs to get there by tomorrow, so I guess it's 24 hours for now. I don't know, they didn't say when. You'll be paid by Tafilki, the person you're delivering it to. Look for the Greening residence. Enjoy the fresh air while you're out there. Man, I'm actually really looking forward to the Thieves Guild, because that's all going to be in town. As you leave the guild hall, an elderly woman waiting outside, she sees the bag in your possession and speaks. Ma'am, I can't prove it to you. That bag is mine. It was stolen from my house last night, and it contains all the money my nephew saved up for the rest of the month. Food, fuel, everything. It all comes from that gold. Please, would you give it back to me? My family won't visit until next week. I don't know what to do without it. Okay. So, if I fail this quest, I will lose standing in the guild. Which I will definitely fail if I give that gold to her. And apparently, in Daggerfall, you can't just substitute your gold. That's, like, that gold is marked as a quest item. So, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Because this is purely a role-playing moment. Is Feline the kind of person who would fall for this? What do you guys think? Should we give the old lady the gold? Or should we follow the path of Bonsai Buddy? And take and take and take until there's nothing left. Do we give her the sack, you guys? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. New poll. Give sack. Yes. No. Alright, start a poll. And I'm gonna grab myself a cough drop because I'm gonna be reading here soon and I'm gonna need a voice that's not going all froggy on me. Frog in your throat. You say the number 1 and that there's a piece and the internet will explode. Let's look at the results. Yes, no, nobody voted. Nobody cares. What the fuck, you guys? Alright, we're not doing that again. No, I ain't giving her the sack. You decline and she cries mournfully, hobbling off into another direction. You need to deliver this money to the Greening residence. Yo. Tell me. Alright, cool. Greening residence, where is that? You didn't tell me where the Greening residence is, you son of a bitch! Click, 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 click. Goodbye. Alright, where to? You motherfucker! How long do I gotta interrogate you before you tell me where the fucking Greening residence is? And fuck you, Chorpham. How about you, lady? Monfkey. I'm gonna go out to normal. General. Where's the Greening residence? Alright, did you mark it on my map? Man, fuck this town. Holy shit. Mark it on my map, motherfucker! Tell me about any news. Goodbye. Fuck you. I'm in a city, guys! This is gonna take a minute. Oh, thank you. Did you park on my map? Fuck's sake. There it is. Fuck me. Christ. Hello, Mr. Camel. Alrighty, guys, let's go see the Greening residence, and we'll go ahead and deliver this little bag of gold. 1, please. 1, please. Come aboard and bring along all your gold in a sack. No, I will give you a reward you can carry back. 1 quest. Alright, come on in. Oh, creepy looking, very creepy looking house. And I'm giving it to, who now? I need to deliver it to Toffee Tafilki. Hey, Tafilki. Ah, got the money, haven't you? Reliable as ever. The Fighters Guild is... Take a bit of the pot. By the way, the Thieves Guild prizes people who show discretion. Remember that. Thank you. 38 bucks! Fuck you, lady! What I had to go through for that? A minor annoyance, that's what. Alikra. Home of the camels. And the red guards. Mostly the camels, though. How are we doing on, okay, we got a lot of gear and stuff we need to sell, books and shit, too. Okay. Might need to make my way to a pawnbroker soon. Boing, boing, boing. We're honey bopping. In about 20 minutes, we're going to read some more books, so guys look forward to that. That'll be fun. Chat's gone a bit quiet. That's okay. We're streaming late tonight. I apologize, guys. I really need to get my sleep schedule in order. That way I can stream more reliably. But at the same time, I'm trying to avoid going... Like, I'm basically doing scheduled streams and everything but Word. Like, I'm still doing scheduled streams. I'm just not... I'm not announcing them or anything in advance. I'm just going like, yo, we're streaming this today, get in here. I feel like that's been a more pleasant experience. Give me a quest. I am Chidka, and I know you. I have a relatively menial job if you're willing to take it. Actually, some members prefer these jobs because they pay just as well as the more difficult ones. A house here in town has been infested by giant rodents. The wife claims they are rats. The husband claims they are bats. Either way, they want them gone. Are you interested? Yes. The bats have infested the Greensley residence. Go there and kill them all, and you'll get your pay. I can only give you 1 day to finish this one. Sounds good. Do we have the Greensley residence marked already? Oh, it unmarked the one from last time. Okay, so it can randomly generate it again. Alright, let's find the nearest person and start yapping. Tell me where the Greensley residence is. Alright, should be on our map now. There it is. Southwest, north, south, yeah, so southeast. E. Alright. It's funny, as a kid I just basically just would use the map over and over again, altering my direction. Nowadays I've actually learned to refer to the cardinal directions and rely on them really heavily. To the point where if a game gives me a map but no compass, I get, like, confused. It's rare that that happens. Typically, you'll have your compass and then your map. I honestly, it's the funny thing, I actually prefer the on-screen compass and off-screen map rather than mini-maps. Mini-maps basically just, I don't know, it kind of makes you realize how cluttered the game is. Like, if you ever played The Witcher, one of the biggest recommendations I have to anyone who's playing The Witcher 3 is turning off the mini-map, because basically you're going to be playing the game using it rather than just looking at the world around you. You're going to be looking at this, you'll have this big old screen where there's all this beautiful world, and you'll be looking up in that top right corner rather than at the game itself. You faintly hear the sound of several rats clawing and scratching the ground. They seem to be drawing closer. Hello. Hello, Grurium. Googleorogram. I mean, it's just rats and bats. I'm not going to have a hard time with this. Rats and bats and rats and bats and bats and rats and rats and bats and bats and rats and rats and bats and rats and bats and bats and rats and bats and rats and rats and bats and bats and rats and bats and rats. All right. I guess we'll rest here. Oh, are there? That's most of them. Fighters Guild won't quibble over the rest. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Alright, let's go east, back to the Fighters Guild. Guild? Oh, I still have a horse. I can use this horse. I don't gotta run everywhere on foot. It'll be much faster if we use the horse. It's also more dangerous, because if I run into anybody, they'll splatter, and then I'll get manslaughter on my record. Which is not something I want. I'm also going the wrong way. Hans. Yup. Ground. I think his name is like Ground Sergeant or something. That's what Blue Wolf named him. A lizard snatches a beetle and runs off. Hell yeah. Finally, some good fucking lore. Beedly deep, beedly deep, beedly doo. Beetles are awesome. I like beetles. Who? Did you hear that? I feel like I just ran someone down and didn't even notice it. We'll know in a second. If we start hearing halt, we're gonna have to load a save. Alright. I think we're in the clear. I feel ya. Yeah, we're streaming late tonight. I apologize, everyone. I wish I could have started earlier, but I was unable. I slept all day. I woke up and I was getting my day started, and I still felt like shit. Persona 4. Hey, Rupar. Pays the same, huh? Yep. Thanks for the gold, buddy. All right. Save here, and we'll do another quest because that one did not take up. I feel like my gear is still in good shape. Good quest. Got a simple bounty here for one zombie in a house. Just gotta slay it and come here for your payment. Got a little help too. Can you handle that? Take this talisman. If any point the fight you feel like it's about to take you, wrap your hands around this trinket and press it tight. The zombie should freeze up and let you get ready for more battle. It'll still fight back, but you should get some breathing room from it. Problem is the talisman only works once before it needs recharging. Come back when the thing's dead and we'll get you payment, alright? It's in the Wicksmith residence here in town. I want to see you here in 24 hours. Fight careful now. Talk to my friend the camel, then talk to Ralpy. Hey, Ralpy. Thank you. Good start. I think my personality being at 100 goes a long way. Did somebody say Persona? Yeah. Fox has been talking about... Or Fox. Ghost has been talking about it. Indeed, Persona 4. One of my all-time favorite games is... I can't tell if this is like a rock or a big poop. You know, I really need to finish Conan the Barbarian. I started watching it and was really liking it. I still haven't gotten around to finishing it. I mean the original Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I never got around to finishing it. I started watching it and really liked it. It keeps happening to me. There's movies on Netflix that I'll be like, oh yeah, this is finally here, and I'll like watch 20 or so minutes of it and then get distracted. Like a fossil? That'd be cool. We've learned so much about dinosaurs because of their poops. Alright, gotta go beat up one of Manamarco's mailmen. Is that a zombie or is that a flesh golem? That's a zombie. The zombie is dead and you are alive. Time to return to the Fighters Guild. Parchment shows you the location of Sekbith. You recorded on your map. I am Mrs. Sekbith! Sorry. Tomato, we're both Polish. Are we? Am I an honorary Pole? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, Fox Ghost, right, okay. Wow, I didn't understand that. I misunderstood. I mean, the zombie was already dead. Yes, indeed. Indeed he was. Is School of the Cat a Beatles member? No, I just think bugs are... I think those bugs are cool. Bugs scary to me, but, like, beetles are cool. They're the least offensive of bugs. They're very polite creatures, those beetles. I'm John Lennon's son. Nice. Good job. Good job being birthed, my boy. Hey, I feel like my jumping skill's about to increase. I love that your movement speed also affects your horse. It's really great. Stops the horse from becoming worthless. Hello. Well done. Those things scare most people to death. You've got a future with us, I think. Let me take back that talisman, and here's your gold. Oh shit, that joke doesn't work in this chat. No way. Oh, did you bring an in-joke from another chat? Well, you gotta explain it now. And then we can pretend we knew about it all along. Alright, let's go repair this armor. Oh shit, it's night. I think everyone's gone home. Yep. So yeah, what I'm probably gonna do, I was just thinking, what I'll probably do is head out into the desert until I encounter an enemy, fight it, and then rest to level up my short blade. Yeah, I'll just go fight things in the desert to level up my short blade skill. Because in order to get further into the guild, I'll need to level that up. But I think right now it's purely just based on time. Because my both of my skills are pretty high. Let's take a look at our skills real quick. Just make sure. And here in about 9 minutes, we're going to go ahead and start reading more books. Read another 5 of them, and then we'll keep going. Keep on rolling. You know what time it is. All right. Let me go ahead and... What time is it? 8 o'clock. Okay. So my skill level right now is 5520. So 5520 puts me at it puts me just about at Warder, which requires a reputation of 50. My current reputation is 48. So yeah, I'm about to hit Warder rank. Let's go ahead and train up our archery skill real quick. Give me archery training, lady. 5 days, yes. Alright, so now our archery is at 25, and our short blade skill is at 55. So we'll be able to hit Warder rank on our next mission, after our next mission. Straight yippee wahoo yahoo. So funny thing about that, Ghost, that's not even that unspeakable of a thing. So what I may end up doing is this, which lets me get more jumps in because the ceiling stops me. And what I can do is I can set up an auto key presser and walk away from the computer, letting my character do this. And so then it'll level up my jumping. It's a genuine thing you can do. In Morrowind, you'll see me hopping upstairs a lot, because stairs do the same thing while you're moving. That used to be a thing you'd see in Call of Duty lobbies. Like, you'd see players just running laps around the map because they're trying to unlock Marathon Pro. I mean, to be fair, that's how you level that up. If you're going for a realistic leveling system, that's how you do it in real life. You just fucking repeatedly do a thing until it does it. You see it a lot in Morrowind, too. Or, yeah, not Morrowind. RuneScape. You see it a lot in RuneScape, too. Thing is, stat increase don't stack. Yeah, so basically, it's these topping out. Intelligence and agility are... Like, I might get magical items I can use to bump these up to 100, but it won't ever go past 100. My goal is just to get all these to 100, honestly. Because int and agility, like, once I get strength to 100, I'm just going to start dumping into int and agility until I get magical items to boost them. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get a quest. Howdy, Feline. If you got a few days free, job just came in for some giant killing, and I thought of you. Interested? Right. There's this giant. Moved into the nurse tunnel a while back and has been having a fine old time, feasting on Clorta's sheep within the area. Ate a few of the local villagers too, I guess. But old Clorta doesn't seem too concerned about that. At any rate, she wants this giant taken care of within 109 days, and she's paying 575 gold for it. See you in a bit. No, like, jump for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you'll get the same stat increase upon rest. Fair. Oh, for real? spend spam it. Oh, hey there, hello! An archer waves to you from safe distance. I'm a volunteer to help guard the town at night. If you're in any trouble, come find me. Neato. You have fun, bud. I'm out of here. We're going to the Nerf tunnel. I got work to do. Enemies. Are you my enemy? Oh, the misery. I'm sorry, I'll stop. Everybody wants to eat at Applebee's. Yeah, I'd imagine. Don't worry, I'll just Spider-Man my way up this wall. Ow. Hop on my horse, go for a ride until we get away from enemies. Do you want the apple or the bees? I'll take the apples. Sorry, we're all out of the apples. Cringes at the sound of the bees approaching. I think it might be a mod. But yeah, there's a few buildings outside the walls. Ah, yes. We have arrived. I believe that lump in the dirt over there is our access point to the tunnel. There we go. Yep. Nope. Yep. There it is. Alright. Well, then we'll probably read from inside the tunnel. The Cave Book Catgirl Caverns Book Club has opened. Alright, what am I here for? It will kill a giant. Okay. But yeah, evidently they do have buildings outside the walls. By the way, I'm going to sneak just to kind of build up my sneak skill for later quests. It's something I need to do. So I apologize if the pace is a bit slow. Right? I used to descend upon him and everybody watches as he's stung to death and everyone's like, should have ordered the apples. Man, you know the great thing about being an adult? The great thing about being an adult is now that you're paying for all your own food, like, you start to form really hard opinions on what restaurants are good or bad. So, like, because you're conscious of the, like, alright, just ordered a meal, this is going to cost me 40 bucks, this better taste like it's worth 40 bucks. Well then, that Daedra fucked me up. Sneaky cat. Yee. I should be quick saving more often. My bad. But no, like, you'll be eating a meal and it's like, this is good, but is it $40 good? And usually the answer is no. Very few meals are $40 good. But that's how much I fucking paid. So I'll have that in mind the whole time I'm eating, which is honestly kind of a miserable experience. Don't eat at restaurants if you're poor. Restaurants are for the rich, because otherwise you're not going to enjoy your food, because I'm just going to be, or at least I'm not, I don't enjoy my food, I just think about how expensive it is. Oh, hey, it changed to a different kind of Daedra. You should be saving less often. The SSD can't handle all that. Hey man, as long as I'm not making 100 different save slots, which apparently is what, like, I was looking at what's taking up all the memory. Apparently I got like 100 like Witcher 1 saves that were taking up a bunch of the memory. And it's like, okay, so don't rotate my shit. Just poor people's Chuckies used to go all the time, and let me tell you. All right, do tell me. You're allowed to tell me, so tell me. No, it's just, when you're aware of how much food costs, a bad meal at a restaurant is like day ruining. Ooh, that's nice. Ironically enough, you know, like, I think all the best restaurants in town are foreign food. Either there's that Mexican place. We have one of the best Mexican restaurants in West Michigan. I have not found anything that has topped it. We have a great Chinese restaurant that has really good portion sizes and really good prices too. So it's like, why would I ever, like, I should just stop going to fast food when I can go to go to Empire Walk and just get sushi and get a bunch of different food for the same price. It's like way more filling. The problem is, though, I chance other restaurants. I'm like, let's try it. Let's do something new. Let's do something fun. And it's like... You have slain the giant you came for. Now, I believe now that I've done that, giants will continue to spawn until I leave. Yeah. As it once was. No, not exactly. I mean... There's still things that McDonald's does better than anyone else. They're the best breakfast restaurant in town. Sad to say. Like, if you want good, strong coffee that doesn't taste like shit and food, and a decent amount of food, that's the place to go to. Sure, Starbucks has better coffee, Wendy's has better food, and even the gas station is starting to compete. Because the gas station has these brunch burgers. Let me tell you, McDonald's needs to steal that shit. All it is a cheeseburger with a fried egg on it. And it's, like, amazing. Because, like, whenever I go to a restaurant, I don't ever get bacon and eggs or sausage and eggs. I always get steak and eggs, you know? Because steak is just better meat. And I rank hamburger higher than I rank sausage. That's for damn sure. And so, yeah, for breakfast, I'm able to enjoy a really nice burger with an egg on it. And, oh boy. Waffle House is great. I have not been to a Waffle House in like 10 years. We should, that's something me and Vey have been talking about doing. We want to go to Waffle House, we want to go to Hooters. There's a bunch of other restaurants we want to go to that we haven't been to before that we really want to try. Also, I got a mod for Critical Strike for it to do what it actually says it does. I don't know what I think Critical Strike just duplicates your attacks in this game, but I actually got a mod that makes it crit, so that's cool. Yeah, so it's just going to keep spawning in enemies. I think we'll teleport to the exit and get out of here. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck all that. Fuck all that shit. We are just booking it. There it is. Oh, man. Like, there's the waffles, but where's the house? Alright, we're going to go ahead and quick save here, and then rest, and hopefully get some health back, rather than having to fight just random monsters, you know? Alright, now that we're out here, under the moon, under the stars and moon, we're going to head back into the dungeon, because that cricket sound is not great. We're going to go ahead and take a bit, and we're going to read some books. So, our next book we're going to be reading... Oh, that's awesome. Vintage. The next book we're reading is Wayrest, Jewel of the Bay by Saethir Longleat. Wayrest is one of the most glorious cities of Western Tamriel, sparkling in the...
Okay.
When you're 4 hours into Daggerfall and chill, and the cat starts making horrible crackling noises. Wayrest is one of the most glorious cities of Western Tamriel, sparkling in her contemporary beauty, lustrous by her past. She is prized above all cities in High Rock. No other city has contributed, and continues to contribute so much to the culture of the Bretons. The spirits of her genius children continue to haunt the streets. You can see them in the gabled roofs, grand boulevards, aromatic marketplaces. People of Wayrest have an instinctive appreciation of their past, but are not obsessed by it, as the people of Daggerfall seem to be. One feels that one is in a modern city when one visits Wayrest, but there is a magic in the air that can only come from 32 centuries of civilization. It is difficult for historians to declare a certain date for the foundation of Wayrest. A settlement of some variety had been in existence where The Buolsai River feeds into the Iliac Bay, possibly since the 800th year of the First Era. The traders and fishermen of Wayrest were surrounded by hostile parties. The Orc capital, Arsinium, has grown like a poison weed to the north, and the Akaviri pirates and raiders crowded the islands to the west. There is no mystery to Wayrest's name. After the fighting, most travelers had to endure passing through the eastern end of the Iliac Bay. The little fishing village on the Buolsay was a welcome rest. Cool. Hideo Kojima, Eldritch Cat. Hideo Kojima, what about him? Nowhere in much vaunted censuses of the Skyrim occupation is Wayrest mentioned. In the Annals of Daggerfall, King Joel's letter to Gaiden Shinji of the Order of Diagna contains the following reference. The orcs have been much plaguing the Wayresters and impeding traffic to the heart of the land. The date given for the letter was the First Era 948. Wayrest only truly bloomed after the raising of Orsinium in the First Era 980. The hard-working traders and merchants were instrumental in forming the Masconian tradeway, and thus reducing the pirate activity in the bay. At this time, Wayrest occupied both banks of the Buolsay. A successful mercantile family, the Gardeners, built a walled palace on the high rock side of the river, and over time allowed bankers and other businesses within its walls. It was a gardener, Farangel, who was proclaimed king when Wayrest accepted ambassadors from the Camorian Empire, and was granted the right to call itself a kingdom in the 1100th year of the First Era. Although Wayrest had become a kingdom under the command of one family, the merchants continued to wield incredible power. Many economists have alleged that Wayrest's eternal wealth, despite all our hardships, comes from this rare relationship between merchants and the crown. The Gardner dynasty fell, followed by the Cumberland dynasty, which was followed by the Horley dynasty, and finally the Third Era, the Septim dynasty. No citizen of another kingdom of comparable age can, with one hand, name all the families who have ever ruled. Never has a king of Wayrest been deposed by revolution or assassination, except for those of the Septim family. Every king of Wayrest can trace his line back to a merchant prince of Wayrest. The merchants and king respect one another, and this relationship strengthens both. One need only walk down the great boulevard of Wayrest to see physical proof of this unique alliance. Going north to south, Wayrest Boulevard suddenly divides, one half going west and the other half going east, both halves in identical squares. One at Castle Wayrest, the original palace of the Afrin Gardener, and the other at Cumberland Square, where the oldest and wealthiest marketplace in Wayrest. The message here is clear. The king and merchants are joined and equal. Wayrest has survived blights, droughts, plagues, piracy, invasions, and war with good humor and practicality. In the First Era 2702, the entire population of the city was forced to move into the walled estate of the Gardeners as protection against the pirates, Akaviri raiders, and Thracian plague. A less resourceful community would have withered, but the Wayresters have survived to enrich Tamriel generation after generation. Alright, that's Wayrest, Jewel of the Bay by Sathir Longleat. Interesting. I do like the idea of, like, the book is painting it as a positive thing, but the idea clearly painted here is that the merchants and the crown have always been at odds with one another. However, it seems as though in the way they compete, they have been beneficial to the people of the land. That may be true, that may not be true. You gotta read between the lines. Now, Jinyara was talking about Fool's Ebony. I'm actually really excited to read this. I have no idea what this is going to be. Fool's Ebony, Part the Oneth, Dramatis Personae. Prologue, The Adventurer, a dark elf rascal Koman, a priest of Akatosh Leban. Another priest of Akatosh, Epilogue states. A priest of Julianus Reich, another priest of Julianus Shub, a mage Shub, a different mage of the same name, Nephron, a somewhat sleazy merchant, 5 armors, Orthocrune, husband of Millie, a lusty Contessa Millie, innkeep and philosopher Guernsey, bovine wenches, sordid wenches, and cads of the tavern, soldiers, dwarves, giants. What? Daggerfall and environs in the doldrums of the Third Era, Part the Oneth, concerning priests and knackles, as related at length by 2 priests of Akatosh to the adventurer, who at the time was not having an adventure, and had nothing better to do, in which some probably unwanted light is shed upon the priesthood and its members and upon an old peasant myth of some significance, especially common in High Rock, and in which the mysterious Fool's Ebony appears, that strange material that could bring either drastic cultural change for the many, or just great profit for a few. Hey, David Haynes, how's it going, friend? Good to see you. Or death for a bunch, or have no result whatsoever. So we're reading some books. We've been you jumped on right during reading time. Every 2 hours we've been reading a few of the book. Every 2 hours we've been reading a few of the many books I've collected in the game. So, kick back, relax, and enjoy the story. Early in the month of Frostfall, the Dead Daedra Inn enter Prologue. Prologue. Our poor players will try and remember their lines and not trip over our meager set. I beg you, the audience, not to heckle, badger, or throw rotten foodstuffs. You will only make this short play last longer. The Guild of Playwrights, Actors, and Dramaticists wish any of you who are sensitive or allergic to rambling dialogue, wooden acting, incomprehensible exposition, or unsatisfying endings. Like, is this a play that's just aware that it's terrible? That leave one confused and unhappy to exit the theater immediately. Your gold will, alas, not be refunded. As a saving grace, the series of vignettes contains gratuitous references to all pleasures of the flesh. You may enjoy it. Ah, here comes our hero, the roguish dark elf called the Adventurer. It is time for Prologue to trip merrily away. Exit Prologue, enter the Adventurer. What an odd conversation I just heard between those two mages. It is best not to speak of such matters next to privy hedges. Enter two priests of Akatosh, Laban and Komon. Mind if we join you, fellow? Good. Need some company ourselves. I am named Laban, my fellow priest here is Komon. We both serve Akatosh, all in our own ways, of course. Good to see you guys, too. Yeah. What have you been up to? How you been? Make yourselves at home. It is not my bench, but I thought that priests didn't go to, places like this. Inns, I mean. Unless on duty. Oh, we are not on duty. Got to regenerate our internal vital energies so that we can go on blessing and curing. We often come here, hike up our robes, kick up our heels, as it were, fill up with some bottled energy. Common snickers. Looking for those in need of comfort and blessing, of course. Oh yes. Like that young girl outside the other evening. Is this gonna be porn?
Yes.
Laban kicks Komon. And anyway, our high priest... Anyway, our high priest told us to get lost. He means told us to get some air. We've been having visions, you see. Lots of sleep these last few days? Oh, you've been hibernating? Me too, I've been sleeping a lot as well. Yeah, sort of weird, really. We haven't even been taking any of that. Laban kicks Komon. Both of us have been having the same visions. Real odd. Do tell, I'm not going anywhere in a hurry. Well, we've both been hearing of sort of words for a start, like Sir Nitch or Sainak. You say Nick or Knack? Just a minute. Let me have a swig from your bottle, brother. Ah, that's better. High-class stuff you fellows drink. Yes, I recall some story-year-old legend about an elf by the name of Nukel, I think, from Morrowind. Knuckles? You know. My hero Knuckles. You know, I mean... Oh, sorry, guys. Let me stretch real quick. You know, maybe you're onto something there. There's an old legend around these parts from a deep and high rock. I think Knuckles, that's it. Knuckles, eh? Seems that several dark elves use that name, particularly the more peculiar ones. Yeah, I guess the bad ones are into all that weapons, magicka stuff. Very nasty fellows. Come on, this fellow's got pointy ears and red eyes. Ah, pardon me, friend. It's sort of dark and I didn't, Oh, that's fine. These are strange times, you know. Live and let live, or die, as the case may be. Now, suppose you tell me about this Knuckles myth. Here, let me help you with that bottle. Ah, thanks. Sure, if you want to put it that way. Here, have another swig. Sure, we've got the time, and I recall it clearly now. Yes, we've a couple hours till that little blonde shows up at the lamp. Oh shit, are they like creeping on one of the lamplighter's? When they say young lady, how young are we talking? Laban kicks Komon. Quiet! Remember, we had to tell the High Priest her address, so she won't be around for a while. Ugh. Very well, here's the story. Best as I can recall, this is a tale the peasants up in High Rock tell their kids to scare them into being good for a while, I guess. They tell it, let me see, either on Tales and Tallows, or is it the Witches' Festival, just before the kids are sent out into the barn or pigsty to sleep. Nasty, cruel peasants. But then, I'd send them all out into the midden. Really, come on, remember, these poor souls need our compassion and blessing. We are their salvation. Oh, now who's old High Mucky Muck Study? Old High Mucky Muck Study. Yeah, anyway, it goes a bit like this. If the kids have been real good during the year, filched enough in the market, mucked out in the stables every day, and not gone playing with goblins, left the sheep alone, and so on, if they have been real good, and they have nothing to worry about. But they have been real bad. If they haven't been real good, then there's this real nasty, horrid dark elf spirit called Knuckles. Doesn't look like your typical dark elf. Thinner, taller, Pasty white face, long as your arm. Walks like his knees and elbows were bent the wrong way. Snickers like when you drag your fingernails across slate. Wears a tight black suit, not Khajiit, more like a formal suit with buttons, but too tight and small. He visits the bad girls and... Why are you talking about old High Mucky again, Liban? Common hiccups. Liban kicks Come On. You really must excuse Come On here. Overwork, you know. Too many curings and conversions. Anyway, old nasty knackles. He's supposed to wander under our Tamriel, in dirty, deep dwarven tunnels. Everywhere under the lands, if you can believe that. Rides in a rusty, squeaky old mine cart. On old mine tracks. Saw some of those in Fanglair once, down in Hammerfell, long time ago. Come on. What in the Sheogorath was he doing in... What the Sheogorath was he doing in Fanglair? Hush. If he knows if he's who I think he is, you do not want to know. Is he supposed to be like the Eternal Champion? I can't tell. Yes, well, Knuckles gets pulled all around these deep tunnels by goblins. Not your natural dirty yellow ones, but nasty black things. Anyway, they pull Knuckles round and through these dark tunnels, and then, late at night, he stops below each and every bad child's hole, or house, or castle. Makes no difference, then he slides up the drainage pipes. Creeps up cracks, crawls through the holes. Oozes up oubliettes. Climbs giggling up garter robes, right into the kid's place. Then, if the kid's only been sort of bad, Knuckles will just mess things up in general. The kid gets blamed. Makes greasy, dirty marks everywhere. More than the usual, anyway. Breaks some things, steals some things, so on and so forth. Maybe take the sugar sweets. Leave some lumps of fool's ebony instead. Fool's ebony? What's that? Heard mention of that a few hours ago. Some mages. You did now. Interesting. Very well. Let's talk about that in a bit. Let me finish this Knuckles thing. Where was I? Oh, yes. Now, the little brat has been real bad. Then the little brat's toys get taken. The copper dagger, the wooden sword, the little whip, and so on. All the usual favorite things. Whips, I like those. Come on, hiccups, and then Leban kicks Come On. Sorry, guys, I had to take a sip of my Gatorade. Now that little brat has been very, very bad. The Knuckles grabs the brat, pops in him or her in his dirty great sack, hauls the sack off down the holes and cracks, down to his old rusty minecart, and then away they go. Hope he leaves some... I'm not reading that line. That's creepy. I don't... Hope he leaves some bad little girls behind. Leban kicks Come On. God, Come On's a piece of shit. Kill him, please. So we can save them, of course, friend. Yeah, okay, so these priests are, like, borderline openly pedophilic. That's what we're getting at here, I guess. Sometimes I've heard tell the brats never come back. No great loss, I guess. Peasants just breed another. Yeah, I get why Jinyara said Fool's Ebony's a trip. Know about that, I do. The Bond pinches Come On's nose. But, as the story goes round here anyway, often the brat is just put to work, digging out lumps of Fool's Ebony, shoveling dirt, bagging it, extending the tunnels of the Knuckles. After a while, the brat is pushed back up to where it came from. Seems that Brat might think it spent a year down there, but only a day has passed up top. Brat comes back real thin and dirty, though. Covered in black mess. Yeah, lowest brow plays. That's what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting. Absolutely. Brat comes back real thin and dirty, though. On the days past Witch's Festival, I've often seen some of them little brats scrawny. Real dirty black mess on them, looking terrified, too. Parents drag them into temples to get blessed and cured, if they have the gold. By the beard of Sheogorath, the wailing and the noise, enough to drive a priest to, never mind, that's our problem. No, it's a problem with our suppliers, I tell you. Yeah. I feel that, Jinyara. Anyway, that's the sort of it. Liban throws Common through a screen? Okay. Anyways, that's the sort of it. This Knuckles legend up around here, I recall now, is widespread all over Tamriel. And knowing the place, probably more than a grain of truth on the tale. And much, much more. So I guess some of the darker Dark Elves go to... Ooh. Sort of identify with this Knuckles. Takes on the persona, so to say. Yeah, that sort of sums it up, I guess. Though we don't see those types hauling off brats in sacks now, do we? No, that's what we does. Whew. Fucking... Hands off the mouse and keyboard, like, what the fuck? No, that's what we does. Girly brats anyway, isn't it not? Christ. Yes, I'm getting that vibe. That's a very interesting tale, gentlemen. Say, let me repay you with another bottle. What? What's that you're drinking? Ah, thought so. Innkeep, more holy wine for these holy men. A blessing on you for that kind gesture, friend. I thank you. I sure could use one or three. Anyway, this fool's ebony. I've heard mutters and murmurs of that of late. Mostly eavesdropping. Pardon me, listening to mages and the like. What's this stuff? Here, have another swig. Good. Well, you're not supposed to tell outsiders, but then you seem to know something already. And you have been hearing mage gossip. Well, maybe we can do some business. Profit all around. Well, for the Akatosh Chantry, of course. And your fee, good sir. Yeah, I'm gonna read what I can, man. But I'm gonna give my feedback of oof. But I get what they're going for. I get the idea is that this is like a, well, it's a lowbrow play. It's like all of our characters, the noblemen, are shown as actively predatory, stupid, and cruel. It's like what was that called? The One Coin Opera, I think it was. It's where Mac the Knife came from. Mac the Knife. The Threepenny Opera. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that vibe where it's like it's meant for the peasantry to kind of laugh at the noblemen who are normally portrayed as heroic. Yeah. We're not tell on. Okay. More and more interesting. Tell on, I pray you. It's time for me to go convert that little lamppost girl. No, not last night's one, but the blonde. Exit, come on. Female squeals from off stage. Eesh. Friend, you'll have to excuse, come on. He's a bit, strange. Got these... Oh, that's alright. We've all got our own. Excellently been in the adventure. Enter epilogue. Our apologies for the quality of this drama so far. If those of you still present, we'll wait for a few minutes while our bard plays Silence Implies Consent. Whew! This is like when you're watching Game of Thrones and you're enjoying the story and you're like, oh, a sex scene's happening. And they show or describe slightly too much and you're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we didn't need that scene of Peter Baelish wiping jizz off that lady's face. That... Okay. I'm not familiar with Les Rude's story. That hit me off guard. We will change the set for the next act. Part 2, The Tooth. Please don't forget to tip your wench. Do you believe there's such a thing as Fool's Ebony? Maybe we'll find out in part The Tooth. Or maybe you're not. Or maybe not. End of part 1th, being the mostly concerned with the legend of Knackles. Oh yeah, the name of the song is, I'm just going to let this sit, Silence Implies Consent.
No.
They yelled no.
What the fuck?
Okay. I love what this I love what this play says about the world. I don't like this play. I will read the rest. All right, The Tale of Kieran by Vezigibith. As they should. Yeah. It's meant to be crass and offensive and poke fun at the nobility for what they are, not so much what they're perceived at based on storytelling. Tells you a lot about people who made it and the kind of people who'd sit in on it, because it's less about the characters being admirable and more about the characters being representations of genuinely corrupt people in the world. They're not supposed to be good. They're supposed to be ridiculous and mocked and evil. It's more, like I said, Threepenny Opera, not so much something like Blood Meridian, more like Threepenny Opera. I get the idea. Librarians note, the recorded tales of Kieran the Bard fall into three categories: the Woodland Cycle, Castles and Kings, and an unnamed cycle of lusty tales recently destroyed by mysterious accident. Some are in the Bard's old hand, while others, mere shadows of the originals, remain only as a bedtime tale for children. The structure exemplifies the heliacal form favored by listeners about the hearth on a long winter's eve. As to whether they describe real events, be allegory, or be mere entertaining fancy, the reader must decide. 1. Kieran was on the road from Wren to Fairtree. When he grew weary from the midday sun, his boots were tight, and he thought to remove them for a bit in the shade of nearby oak. I thought the most sexually charged thing in the most intense thing in Elder Scrolls that, like, bordered on bad taste was the real Baron Zaya, or it's either the real or the true Baron Zaya. One of the two that involves her taking thorny Khajiit dick. Or the lusty Argonian maid. I thought those were the most intense things. Those have been topped. His boots were tight, and he thought to remove them for a bit in the shade of a nearby oak, oaks being a favorite of bards. This particular oak was venerable and gnarled, with sturdy branches that dipped and swooped, nearly touching the ground in spots. From its shade, Kieran watched the forest creatures playing in the warm sun. But for the rustling of leaves high above, the only sounds were butterfly wings and birdsong. What a peaceful day, Kieran thought as he watched a butterfly drift by. What a beautiful day. In truth, since bards first told tales, has there ever been a day more peaceful and beautiful than this? He drank from his water skin, and taking his lute from his sack, cleared his throat and began to sing. Oh, the maidens of Wren are passing fair, with breasts like melons and flaxen hair. Good Lord. He had taken a deep breath to bellow with a lusty chorus when a small feminine voice said, Kind sir? Kind sir? He leaped to his stocking feet, and his face flaming red. Who's there? He cried. The small voice repeated, Please, sir, if you be so kind. Kieran looked about, but saw no person or creature addressing him. Pray thee, he cried. Show thyself, or have cause to fear my dagger. He tried desperately to remember where he had last seen it. Whether thee be friend or foe, pray thee show thyself now. Welcome to Daggerfall, yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm getting into that deep shit, absolutely. The thing is, I had collected and sold many books before in this game, but I never sat down to read them until this playthrough. The small voice replied from above him. Kind sir, thou hast no cause to fear me, and I am in need of help. Can thou find it in thy heart to aid me? He looked up and saw naught but a small robin's nest, 3 branches above him. Climbing swiftly, he found a robin with 3 tiny robinlings, their mouths wide open. Good mother robin, he asked, can it be thee who addresses me thus? Kind sir, she replied, I have hurt my wing, and it will be at least a day before I might fly. If my children do not eat soon, they will die. Would you be so kind as to bring me a fat, juicy meal? Would you find a caterpillar or earthworm or grub for my children? He cited a passage that turned out to be from the Canterbury's Tales, a book from Middle English. When the devs pointed this out to him, he hurriedly retracted the word teenage from his sentence. That's great. Now, Kieran was kind of heart, and it was not within him to refuse such a plea such as this. So off he went into the forest, searching under some mulberry leaves. He soon found a small green caterpillar. It seemed a perfect meal for young robins. Plucking it from the leaf upon which it fed, he prepared to hurry back to the oak when he heard a tiny voice. He opened his hand, and the caterpillar looked up at him with her big brown eyes wide with fear. Kind sir, she said, wouldst thou kill me so thoughtlessly? Kieran scratched his head in puzzlement, and the caterpillar continued. When thou cooled thy feet beneath the oak, didst thou not find joy in my parents' beauty, as they danced before thee in the sun? I, too, am soon to change. Wouldst thou deny the successors of joy of my dancing? And if I do not live to have children, how will thine own children find such joy? Please, sir, would not an earthworm serve the needs of the robinlings just as well? I see where this is going. Aww. Lea's holding Penny, my kitten, like a baby. She's so small. Stupid kitty. Aw, Penny's head's wet. Did you try to take a shower? Did not work out well for you, bud? Kieran looked into the eyes of the caterpillar and knew that he could not feed her to the robins. Carefully, he placed her beneath the mulberry bush and continued his search. Near a rushing brook, Kieran found a flat stone that, when moved, revealed a juicy earthworm, enjoying the cool, moist earth. Aha! He thought. As nice as the caterpillar may have been, this truly seems a more fitting meal for the young robins. Very lewd himbo. I feel that. That's awesome. He had no sooner plucked the earthworm from its cool abode, where it had been frantically trying to burrow away from him, when he heard a voice so faint he thought he might have imagined it. "Kind sir," he thought he heard, and then Kieran looked into his hand, and the worm continued. "I am but a lowly creature, it's true, but might I plead such a case that I have?" Kieran rolled his eyes skyward as the worm sat up and seized its chance. "I am not a low-born worm like the others you might find. No, I am a prince among earthworms. I come from an ancient lineage. My ancestors burrowed the earth when fires belched from the black pits throughout these lands. I command millions like myself. Were it not for my loyal followers, you, good sir, would be up to your neck in leaves, tree trunks, and moldy carcasses. I'll make a bargain with you if you release me and choose instead a pathetic grub for the robinlings. I will dispatch an entire clan of earthworms to keep your foreyard clean and sweet-smelling for as long as you shall live." The earthworm looked hopefully at Kieran while calculating the distance to the ground. "Good sir, what say ye?" Kieran was beginning to lose his patience, but seeing the value the earthworm's offer, decided that a grub would indeed make a tasty morsel for the young robins. He returned the earthworm to its moist haven and carefully replaced the flat stone above it, and true to his desire, a short while later in a forest glade, beneath a wide slump of discarded bark, Kieran chanced upon that which he sought, a fat white grub that would grow the robinlings into beautiful, beautiful songsters. He plucked it from its hiding place and set forth. It was a beautiful day indeed. Okay. Was not expecting the story to end that way. Because, I was thinking, is this going to be a whole thing about reflection where he inevitably realizes the nature of nature? And that we all need to kind of feed off of each other to survive, and that individual wills and desires are less important? Nah, the answer is that grubs suck. Go get a grub. Listen to what they say, and you can work together with nature to screw over the shittiest parts of it. Be right back. Yeah.
You get him?
Oh. That's okay. Right. Where were we? Wasn't that... What was the name of the guy who wrote Lusty Argonian Maid? Was that Crassus Curio from Morrowind? Nearby, in stately Trowbridge, King Caladan did live with his lovely daughter, Ainlea. The princess was the apple of the old man's eye and the crown jewel of his small kingdom. He looked upon her with the blind pride of a doting father. Alright, I was curious. And she, for her part, did not but bask in the flourish in his bounty. I think Crassius fits better. He is very crass. Trowbridge was quiet now, the chief sounds being the clatter of cartwheels and the cries of street vendors, but it was not always so. 3 years earlier, there had been trouble with Carthon to the west. It was not much, a border dispute, but the king persuaded a wizard named Losiard to come to Trowbridge in his employ. To aid him in the contest, Losiard was unknown by all in Trowbridge and kept to himself within the palace, coming and going as he pleased. When Trowbridge prevailed, with almost no loss of life, there was joyous celebration for days and weeks thereafter. Time passed, yet Losiard remained. The king, not wanting to seem ungrateful, said nothing, but became increasingly discomforted with the wizard's presence and wished for his departure. On Leia's 20th birthday, King Caladan called for a celebration and holiday through all his land. Unknown to his subjects, he intended to proclaim his retirement and the transference of his crown to his beautiful daughter. Out of politeness and nothing more, he invited the wizard Losiard to aid him in devising the proper speech. Losiard was furious. He paced his chamber, his black brows knitted with intensity that would have soured any cow's milk. "Why," he cried aloud, "am I treated so unjustly by the old buffoon? Were it not for my skills, the border contest, mayhaps even the kingdom itself might have been lost. I deserve more. I deserve the crown. To give it to that primping, simpering daughter of his, who thinks of naught more than her own whim, is a slap more stinging than that of a gauntlet. I will have justice. I will demonstrate amply for all to see wherein lies true power. Thereupon, Lojard made his preparations. Princess Ainlea's birthday came on a summer morning. Everyone within the city, and from the farms without, gathered to the palace for the festival. Banners waved from every rooftop. Fiddlers fiddled and dancers danced. Bakers baked wonderful sweets for the occasion. It was a day long to be remembered. At noon, precisely, King Caladan and Princess Ainlea emerged onto the main balcony to the cheers of the kingdom. "Good citizens of Trowbridge," called the king. "We are but a tiny kingdom, but we prosper, do we not?" Loud hails mostly erupted from the crowd below, and encouraged, Caladan continued, "But now I am an old man. The day has arrived when a younger blood can better attend to the needs and events of the kingdom. My subjects, my loyal subjects and friends, it is with honor and pride and the greatest of expectations that I transfer my kingdom and my crown to my loving daughter. To one and all I give you," a long pause here, "Ainlea!" As cheers filled the air, Caladan made a grand sweeping gesture with his arm, intending to make the presentation as spectacular as the pride that filled him. His robe went swoosh, and his hands pointed to nobody. What was this? Where had she gone? Where Ainlea had been, moments earlier, there was naught but vacant air. Ainlea," he called, uncertainly, but there was no response. Silence fell over park and courtyard. People glanced at each other nervously. Old Lozard clapped his hands in glee. He danced. He hugged himself with contained laughter. "How wonderful!" he cried. "What a breathtakingly stunning and talented a wizard I am!" For what he had done, of course, was to rid himself of Ainlea once and for all. With one stroke, crafty and evil, he had removed the vain creature from the palace. Naught else remained between him and that which he desired. I don't think it's going to work out for you, Lozard. Now, magic is a tricky thing. Like all forces in the world, it must be kept in balance. As surely as day balances night and summer balances winter, so too must positive magic balance negative. For every hurtful or destructive spell, there must be an act of equal goodness or charity, lest trouble overflow into the world. For every black wizard, there must be a white. For every spell of combat, destruction, there must be healing. Know ye this. If all who practice magic cast naught but healing or protective spells, dark, horrible forces would build up until chaos and ruin would burst forth and rain our doom down upon us. Thus may spells of healing be broken by harm, and the worst of spells be broken by charity. Knowing this, Lozard placed well his act of vengeance to permanently rid himself of Ainlea. Short of killing her outright, he must devise a spell so cunning that no act of kindness would ever break it. He was pulling lice out of his long beard late one evening when he burst into laughter. He would make her into something disgusting. "I will make her into a frog!" He laughed and then frowned. No, that had been done. People might expect it and go around like mindless idiots, seeking frogs, hoping to earn a king ransom. And then a brilliant plan occurred to him. "I will make her into a bug, an insect, a worm." He almost choked on his wine. "Oh, how perfect! I'll make her into something so truly loathsome that she will spend the rest of her little bug life in terror of being squashed by the first person who sees her." He squealed, and his rings jangled, and his fat jiggled, and he snorted wine out his nose in laughter. "Oh, how absolutely delicious!" And that's exactly what he did. While King Caladan and his subjects scratched their heads in puzzlement, nobody saw a small, fat... Yo! No way! White tree grub plop on the cobblestone beneath the main balcony and immediately curl up, glistening. Is that implying that what happened before is that the bard fed her to the birds? Oh shit. That's fucked. That's fucked up. Ainlea was terrified. What had happened? Well, she had seen enough of Lozard's magic to know what had happened. But why? Why would he do this to her? She didn't have long to ponder the question. A huge black hound, hundreds of times her size, ran up to the cobblestone where she lay and almost gobbled her up with one slip of his tongue. From somewhere, she found the wherewithal to roll out of his way and into the crevice between the stones. His huge, slurpy tongue followed her, drooling and panning great hurricanes of hot, awful breath down at her. But just as the tongue was about to lick her into the waiting stomach, the hound's owner yanked his massive chain and pulled the beast toward home. It is true that Einleia, in her life as a human, was self-indulgent and not inclined to effort or resource, but that was merely because she had no need of either. In the following days, she had cause to discover plenty of both within her. After the incident with the hound, she knew she must go far away from people and dogs. She knew what kinds of creatures dined on grubs too. She slept out of sight under leaves in a place where grubs would not likely be sought. Even so, Einleia's days were filled with terror and adventure. There were circling hawks by day and owls by night. A bear, tearing at a rotted tree trunk, gobbled grubs, indistinguishable from Einleia, by the hundreds. As she watched in horror from behind a nearby rock, the smallest stream was now an enormous gushing torrent. To be crossed in a nutshell under the greatest of peril. Aw, it's kind of cute, actually. Einleia passed these tests, along with many others, and she passed them well. It was on her 10th day, such day, that a clumsy boot kicked aside the piece of bark under which she had sought shelter from the sun. Blinded by the sudden light, she heard an exclamation from high above, and before she could react, 2 fingers dropped from the sky and plucked her up, and deposited her firmly inside of a huge fist. 2 days ago, Einleia would have been paralyzed with terror, but that was 10 days ago. Her mind raced. Who is this clumsy idiot, anyway? She thought. And what on earth does he want with a tree grub? At least he didn't squash me on the spot. That's encouraging, isn't it? So he must be here to rescue me. She wriggled and squirmed in his fist until he could see his face, high above her between 2 of his fingers. Ugh, a beard. If I'm going to be rescued, why can't it be by a fine young prince? But then it occurred to her, though she was speaking from old habit. I wonder how many of these foppish boys could have survived these past 10 days, she laughed. Thinking of them, not many, I bet. Those who wouldn't have curled up and died immediately would by now be whimpering and crying for their mothers. She looked at Kieran again. Well, maybe he would look better if I wasn't looking straight up his nostrils. Ouch. Why isn't he more careful with me? Then it occurred to Einleia that if this oaf were truly rescuing her, he probably would have said something to her. Uh-oh. Einleia's heart raced and she started wriggling furiously, imagining the worst of all possible deaths. He must be going fishing. Einleia couldn't do much in her current state, but she could spit. And spit she did in quantities unimaginable for so small a grub. She spit and spit and spit until her tiny grub mouth was too dry to spit another drop. She felt Kieran's hand squirming and thought, it's working. Kieran was fair disgusted. It was bad enough that he had to touch the slimy thing, but now it was oozing something and becoming truly revolting. Finally, just before he reached the robin's oak, he could take it no longer. He stopped and examined the creature in his hand. White and plump and glistening, it was, in truth, a repellent creature. Yet the poor thing was obviously terrified. It gazed up at him with what he thought to be minuscule grub eyes, pleading. Kieran thought of the caterpillar and the earthworm, and his heart gave in. Heaving with a great resigned sigh, he found a nice clean root and placed the grub upon it. And thus was Lojard's spell broken. None could have been more astonished than Einleia when she unexpectedly grew to her former size, except perhaps for Kieran, who nearly died of fright. He was no more than catching his breath when Einleia regained her wits. Raising her index finger, warning Kieran not to even say one word, Einleia snatched Kieran's coat to cover herself, then with fire in her eyes and as much dignity as she could muster, she was off to Trowbridge, leaving Kieran to stare, open-mouthed, at her departed figure. Fuck yeah! You go, girl. This is great. I'm loving this so far. The girl who became a worm. Or a grub. Einleia knew she could not simply enter the city and confront Lojard. The moment he saw her, he would but cast another enchantment upon her. So, disguising herself as a shepherd, she found an abandoned house on the moors and began to make her plans. What happened next is a tale worth hearing, but it is a tale for another evening. Indeed, it is a tale to be told over many an evening and many a good pot of ale. And what of the baby robins? Having no alternative, Kieran climbed the tree and took from his pack his last piece of fatty mutton. Tearing it into small shreds, he gave it to the grateful mother robin, who fed it to her family. Upon returning to the ground, Kieran looked first toward Fairtree, his former destination, then grinning, set off after the most surprising young lady, for whom he now had many questions. Who knows? He called back to the robins. It may be fate, and besides, I need my coat. He was heard late that evening, far down the road singing, Oh, the maidens of Trowbridge are passing fair, with breasts like melons and flaxen hair. That was really great. That was an awesome little story. I am excited to find out what happened to the grub. That was awesome. Well done. Alright, let's make sure... Okay, 2 books. That's book number 3. Let's go ahead and read our 4th book. Galerion the Mystic by Asgrim Kolsgreg. During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Venus Galerian was born under the name Trectus. Moral of the story, feed your birds with normal bird feed. Or meat. Yeah, pretty much. I was expecting it to be two completely different stories, and so when she became the grub, I was like, oh shit! During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Venus Galerian was born under the name Trectus, a serf on the estate of a minor nobleman, Lord Girnace of Solik on Ker. Trectus' father and mother were of common laborers, but his father had secretly, against the law of Lord Girnace, taught himself and the Trectus to read. Lord Girnace had been advised that illiterate serfs were an abomination of nature, and dangerous to themselves and their lords, and had closed all bookstalls within. Solishish on Ker. Within Solishish on Ker. All booksellers, poets, and teachers were forbidden, except within Girnace's keep. Nevertheless, a small-scale smuggling operation kept a number of books and scrolls in circulation right under Girnace's shadow. When Trectus was 8, the smugglers were found and imprisoned. Some said that Trectus' mother, an ignorant and religious woman fearful of her husband, was the betrayer of the smugglers. But there were other rumors as well. The trial of the smugglers was non-existent, and the punishment swift. The body of Trectus' father was kept hanging for weeks during the hottest summer Sodishan Kur had seen in centuries. 3 months later, Trectus ran far away from Lord Girnace's estate. He made it as far as Alinor, halfway across Somerset Isle. A band of troubadours found him nearly dead, curled up in a ditch by the side of the road, nursed him to health, and employed him as an errand boy in return for food and shelter. One of the troubadours, a soothsayer named Heliond, began testing Trectus' mind and found the boy, though shy, to be given to be preternaturally intelligent and sophisticated, given his circumstances. Heliond recognized in the boy a commonality, for Heliond had been trained on the Isle of Artaeum as a mystic. When the troupe was performing in the village of Potenza on the far eastern end of Somerset, Heliond took Trectus, then a boy of 11, to the Isle of Artaeum. The magister of the Isle, Lacaeus, recognized potential in Trectus and took him on as a pupil, giving him the name of Venus Galerian. Venus trained his mind in the tale of Artaeum as well as his body. Thus was the first Archmagister of the Mages Guild trained from the Sigics of the Isle of Artaeum. He received his training from the childhood of want and injustice. He received his philosophy of sharing knowledge. Interesting. All right. That's why he was so generous and so willing to let everybody into the guild. Good to know. And finally, the last book we are reading, at least for the next couple of hours, next hour is going to be The Healer's Tale by Anonymous. For over 20 years, I have been a healer at the Temple of Stendar. As the reader is doubtless aware, we are the only temple in the Iliac Bay that offers wound healing and illness curing for both the faithful and heathen alike, for Stendar is the god of mercy. I have faced people at their most miserable and their most terrified. I have seen brave knights weep and strong peasants scream. I like to think that I've watched the masks drop from faces and seen people as they truly are. A healer's job, after all, is more than simply binding wounds and stopping the flows of poison and disease. We are counselors and comforters for those who have given up all hope. Sometimes it is like our kind words and sympathy do more for patients than our spells. I am reminded of a very sick young man who came to the temple, suffering from a variety of maladies. Once I had given him an examination, I told him the results, careful not to alarm him. I let him decide how he wanted to be told the news. "I have some good news and some bad news, my child," I said. "Better the bad news come first," he said. "Well," I said, gripping his shoulder in case he should faint, "the bad news is that unless I am wrong, you will sicken even more over the next day or two, and unless Stendar chooses to be merciful to you, you will pass from this existence. I am sorry, my child." As soft as the blow was, it stung nonetheless. The boy was, after all, very young. He thought he had his whole life ahead of him. Tears streaming down his face, he asked, "And what is the good news? And what is the good news?" I smiled. "When you came in, did you notice our proselytizer? She was the enchanting, voluptuous blonde in the antechamber by the foyer." Color returned to the young man's face. He had noticed her indeed. What the fuck? "Yes, I am sleeping with her," I said. "If more of the healers of Tamriel would consider their patients' feelings, not just the quickest way to heal them up and get it out, we would have a far healthier society. I truly believe that." What the fuck? What? Huh? I don't get it. I genuinely don't. So is she just like an awful fucking person? Is that the point? Or is he the awful person? Or... What the fuck? I don't... Huh? Help. That one was just confusing. I don't fucking get the moral. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? Like, oh, I decided to flex on this dying child. What the fuck? Daggerfall is wild. Anyway, I've actually read... I think I've read this one on stream already. Let me go and scroll quick. Yeah, we read this. Brief History of the Empire Part 4. We have not read that one yet, and Rude Song by Anonymous. So, yep, that's what we'll end the stream with. That was ass, I guess. Was that just a bad story, or was it, like, meant to be confusing and frustrating? I have no idea. That was not good, though. Like, is the whole point of the story that this is a person who, like, is a modern day... Like, I hear about, like, how narcissists oftentimes become, like, nurses and doctors. Or, like, how teachers will become teachers just so they can pick on people littler than them. Which I have personally experienced. I'm, like, just curious. Like, is that what the story's about? Just an awful person being a priest? That they're fucking, like, narcissists or whatever? Tale explained. The Elder Scrolls. There we go. What the fuck, Ted Peterson? Yeah, I don't understand what the fuck the whole point of that is. Like, I actually really want to know what the fuck's up with the Healer's Tale. I don't understand. Someone contact Ted Peterson and ask him what the fuck. I want to know. Like, I'm curious. Like, the way I feel about it is that the person writing this is like a sociopath. They're like a monster, and they're like living within the temple. It's kind of horrific if you think about it. Like, that's the only way I can make sense of the story, personally. Anyways, I'm gonna ride back to the Fighters Guild while we sit here. Vea's got a vacuum for a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic and let you guys listen to some music while I go ahead and wrap up these errands. Todd Howard will answer. We're done reading, and now we have been promoted. Look at this. Congratulations, Feline. Because of your outstanding weaponry prowess, we have promoted you to the rank of warder in the guild. Among other benefits, this increase means cheaper weapon repairs and more profitable work assignments. Excellent. Well, we're not going to be able to advance any further today, but we can still keep doing quests in order to make money and gain reputation within the guild. I will have to do some off-screen grinding, and I'll probably get promoted way higher at the start of the next stream. Anyway, let's get a quest. Let's save real quick, just to make sure. Slot 41 is my Fighters Guild slot. Hello. Hey, Luco, good to see you, man. Happy to hear from you. Get quest. Listen, Feline, if you hadn't already done a bunch of jobs for us already, I wouldn't even suggest this. But there's a job that I don't even want to tell you about. It sounds like crying for the moon and even more dangerous. It's offering a lich in the Tower of Cacturn, and it only pays 2,244 gold. You're not interested, are you? Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned it. Listen, if you're gonna do this, get the best stuff you can. Get magic stuff, ebony blades, what have you. This lich has to cross to Oblivion in 39 days, and you gotta be back within the time to get your reward. You're unbelievable, Feline. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Alright, so, that's actually good advice. And so I went ahead and picked up this. A spell I can't use. Good job, Alex. Alright, well, it's going to be a tough fight, but I think we can beat the Lich. Fall. Right. It is in the Tower of Cacturn. 5 days travel. You guys get ready for one hell of a dungeon crawl. We have about an hour to do this. Once we get to the next hour mark, we'll go ahead and read the last of our books. And we're also going to be reading any books we pick up as we do them. That way we don't get behind on them. Oh shit. Something's attacking. I wish I knew which factions were which so that this didn't feel like such a huge, confusing waste of time. Because really all this is now is it's just become my way of loading up on a bunch of extra loot. I'm probably going to uninstall this mod. Or I'm going to look into it, because, like, this doesn't seem right. I mean, it's cool that it happens, but, like, the problem is I don't know what factions these guys are associated with, you know? Like, it doesn't really play to the Daggerfall strengths. A lot of what's going on in Daggerfall is, like, back-end numbers and system shit that's, like, implied that I think works really well. Dragon scales, yeah, okay. Alright, breaks complete. Let's... Alright, search your body. Search your body. Search your body. Search your body. You. Hope you feel rested. I feel pretty good, not gonna lie. I'm a little bit woozy, but that's down to other stuff. I think I might keep this robe here, because I like the look. No, I don't. No, I don't. Never mind. I gotta find a robe that I like the look of. Oh. Shit, I forgot to put my shirt. Alright, that one's good. And we'll take you. Alright. Yeah, because all this has really done is just given me a bunch of free loot rolls for fights I didn't win, and it feels way too much like cheating, so I'll probably uninstall this mod before next time I play this. It's a cool idea, it's just there's not enough there yet for it. I think what this game needs very much, so it's funny because it's like almost like a universal thing throughout all the games in the series, and it's there needs to be more. There needs to be more different enemy types. There needs to be different variations. I would like even make alternate sprites depending on factions. That'd be cool. Also, the simplest thing they could do is go, so-and-so has begun battling with so-and-so, you know? It's cool that it's there. It's just... It's... breaks the game in exchange for very little health. It's like, alright, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to take a side in the faction to try to, like, improve my standing with those factions? Well... I don't know who's fighting because there's no indication of what they are. If I moused over them, because that's why I kept running up to them. I was hoping that like I could mouse over and it'd be like Thieves Guild, and I'll be like, oh, yo, my ruby slippers, hell yeah, let's go. Got myself a badass pair of boots to replace my other badass pair of boots. Yeah, like I said, this shit breaks the game. I'm gonna go ahead and uninstall this mod after this session. There we go. Good fight. I'll be honest, I don't really ever... It's sad to say, Lucos, is I don't think I ever really wake up feeling rested. I wish that sleep did more for me. I just know that when I don't have it, I need it, but when I do get it, I don't feel any better. Like, sleeping is like... It resets me to 0, so to speak. It's like... Alright, well, I don't feel awful anymore, but I don't feel any better. No, there's probably something very wrong with my sleep that I just don't understand. And I haven't had the time to look into, or money. Same. Yeah, just reset yourself to 0, pretty much. Oh, hey, Scorpion. So these guys are scary in the early game, too, because of their poison. I do like how the second you enter any dungeon in this game, you like instantly hear all the enemies fighting each other as the infighting activates. I always love that concept. The idea is that just like to them, to monsters and stuff, this is their territory, and they gotta war for it. Just like how we see people warring for towns. Well, that was scary. What the fuck was that? Oh, wow. I can't even see it on the main screen. Okay, there it goes. Well, I don't know what that was, but that was terrifying. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta find out what's wrong with my sleep. Oh, hey, Scorpion. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, I'm in the same boat, Lucas. It's like, 'cause I would like to wake up feeling well-rested and okay. I just haven't. Ever. In my whole life. Like, I don't know what it's like to feel like you have enough sleep. I'm always a little tired. One time I ever feel really awake is when I drink coffee. And I even wean myself off of caffeine to see if that would improve it. It didn't. I beat my caffeine addiction, and it was a waste of time. I just felt tired and shitty all the time. It's like, alright, well, I'm not addicted anymore, and the headaches are gone. And it's been solid 3 months since I've had a cup of coffee. And I feel terrible. This was no help at all. I completely weaned myself off of caffeine, and it had no benefits. So either it's one of those addictions you can just never beat, or there's something else wrong with me that makes my sleep terrible. Yeah. Yeah, tired pigeons. I feel that. Lots of blood. Looks like enemies were fleeing from each other, because like there's blood on the ground, but not any bodies. I think the enemies that infought kind of spread out. There is a mod I might install for wandering enemies, because I would like to be able to see them like patrol rather than just stand statically until you arrive. Oh, they killed the harpy. Wow, that's impressive, little Scorpion. Let's go ahead and just cast a Cure Poison there, just in case. There's the Lich. Puny mortal, you should not have attempted to interfere. Puny mortal, you should not have attempted to interfere with the affairs of the undead. Now I shall add you to my collection of slain Khajiit mercenaries. Liches are scary motherfuckers. Fall. There we go. Ah, crashed again. Let's boot her up. Boot her back up. Oh yeah, I've nearly maxed out my mining, and my botany. I've gotten my botany as high as I can get it. I need to progress further into the story to unlock more areas to mine in. But I've also leveled up. I'm working on leveling up my fishing right now. Once that's up to a certain point, I'll do some other stuff. Oh, Lich. I thought you said Witch. No, like Lich, like Adventure Time or Warcraft or D&D. Man, you know what I'm craving right now? I'm craving like old country buffet style mac and cheese. That sounds really nice. God, you ever been to Old Country Buffet? It's like a fucking shopping mall of food. It's like, oh, we have like 9 different buffets with every kind of food imaginable. Go nuts. It's a magical place. We should go there sometime. It'd be fun. Load up on food. I miss our Old Country Buffet. What happened to it? Did it get taken out in the Waffle House Wars? Alright, now we fall back. All the way back to this torch here. Hup. And we rest until fully healed, assuming we didn't get poisoned. We didn't. Alright. Pop a shield, go in it. Oh man, that's gonna be tough. All right, this is gonna be a tough fight. Without a doubt, this will be a rough and tough fight. Holy shit. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright. Oh, does it? There's a sus place. That does sound creepy. I'll be honest, I would have donated blood if I wasn't getting texts like every day from Red Cross. Like, hey, come donate blood! And I'm like, no, I'm good. Something kind of cool this game does is whenever the giants walk, you can hear their like big old feet stomping on the ground. They're big lads. They're large lads. Big fellows. We them fellows. All right. Fuck that. And I took care of that lich really quickly. Was not expecting that to be done so quick. Ah, well, that's okay. Water breathing time. Done. Well done. Awesome. That's a shame, though. I hope one of ours is still open. Like, I hope it's not like a cross-country thing. Going there was always a treat when I was a kid. Scorpion behind the store. Hi, Scorpion. Really creepy they are, those scorpions. Wereboar dead. I wonder what killed the wereboar. I think I might enchant my. I think I might actually end up enchanting my Khajiit suit with agility. I've been thinking about that. Had all my favorite foods. Yeah. I remember the last time I went there was actually a horrible time. It's been a while since I've gone, but the last time I went was miserable. Mainly because my dad's a fucking, like, clean freak, and we went into the store, and, like, he's one of those people who thinks he's normal and doesn't take any effort to deal with his obvious mental issues. So we went there, and it was loud, it was busy, and the floors were filthy. Like, the place was a mess. It was so crowded, and we get there, and I'm like, everyone's just sitting, and sitting, and sitting, and sitting, and I kept asking, like, hey, what's going on? And no one told me anything. And I was just like, alright, and I got up and just got food. So I'm like, alright, no one's going to tell me what's going on, I'm just going to do what I want. And then I got yelled at in the car on the way home, because Dad was, like, debating whether or not he wanted to leave. And apparently, like, me going and getting food made it so they couldn't. So I ate, I sat there and I ate. Everyone else just was bitching the whole time, and I'm like, alright, well, if you guys aren't gonna fucking eat, I will. And so I did. And I remember that experience. That was a terrible time. Dad did that all the time. He would just sit there quietly fuming about whatever he was pissed about. And then I'm just like, alright, well, I don't care. I want food. Crazy times. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just because I, like, as an adult, if I'm in that situation, I can go, hey, look, I'm not feeling well, this place is too crowded, let's go somewhere else. That's all he needed to say, but he just didn't say it because I'm guessing he didn't have the words. He was trying to find the words for it. He got so mad at me over it, and I'm just like, well, you should have said something, because then they had to pay for the food. And he's like, if you ever do that again, I'm making you pay. And I'm like, I don't have any money, so I can't pay. Christ. Yeah, my parents are nuts. What time is it? 8, 9, 10, 11, that's 4 hours. We'll just rest for 4 hours. And then after this, I want to run by the Mages Guild and see about making up myself a Khajiit suit of agility, because I have all my, like, almost all my stats are bumped to 100 now because of, yeah, thanks for the money. Lich is dead. I did a cool thing. Affiliations, Mages Guild, Warder, Rep 58. Yeah, so we're doing well. We're doing well for ourselves. Let's make our way over to the Mages Guild, because I want to see if they have... I might get lucky and chance upon an agility enchanted item, but I'm looking to make a Khajiit suit of nimbleness. Something that I can just wear to make myself faster and stronger. That'll really boost my hand-to-hand damage, and it will also just make me better in general. Yeah, no, I agree. That's the palace. That's not where I want to go. But I'll go there again someday and make new, better memories. That's kind of the goal. That's kind of what you got to do in life. If you have something horrible that happened to you somewhere, you might just need to go back there again and rewrite those old memories with new, better ones. Wildfire, the Protector, Far Silence, Undeniable Access. Good luck, Wildfire. Alright, we're going to go ahead and... Let's go. First off, let's remove this. There we are. Equip. Magic items. Oh, it's already enchanted. Do I have any normal clothes on? Let's see. No, I think I'm using up all of my clothing slots, so I'd have to make a ring or some sort of jewelry for it to work out. Well, I have these boots. You know, I have this Daedrix shit. That's not going to get replaced anytime soon. So, let's try upgrading these gloves with... let's go try and enchanting these gloves with a nimbleness enchantment. Hey, Gawked. Alright. Add powers. Cast when held. Nimbleness. Nimbleness is agility, right? Let's take a look. Lightly boosts. Yeah. Okay. Yep, we'll go ahead and do nimbleness then. Current gold, total cost. 12,000. Side effects? No, I'm good. Enchant. Hell yeah, is it that easy? I don't need a soulstone or anything? Let's go. Oh, alright, let's take a look at my stats now. Yo, let's go! Breaking it, baby! Let's fucking go. Yeah, for real, right? Alright, now we need to find out what enchantment effect buffs intelligence. Because then I can then apply that to my boots. And... yup. I am very happy. let's take a look. Invisibility, Iron Will, Lurk Strength, Shadow Falling, Spell Absorption, Spell Resistance, Troll's Blood, Water Walking, Water Breathing, Wisdom. Cast on when held. Jack of Trades. I believe that's Daggerfall, okay. Luck, okay. Iron Will, Invisibility, Feet in the Torgo, Levitate, Nimbleness, Spell Absorption, Spell Reflection, Spell Resistance. I guess there might not be an Intelligence buff. I might just have to dump points into Intelligence. That being said, I would love to put a Spell Reflect enchantment on this shield. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah. Best thing you can do is just kind of stay away from her, and if she asks what's up, tell her, like, look, you gave me a very hard life, and I don't want to spend time with you because of it. And if she doesn't like that, then that's too bad. What's a steel shield? So let's go and enchant the boots with it, because, like, if I'm going to be enchanting an item, it's an item I plan on having for the rest of the game. Class 1 Hild, enhances skill. Hell yeah, don't mind if I do. Cast 1 Held. We're going to do Spell Reflection. It's going to be very expensive, but it's good that it's better that we have it than not. You can't enchant this item beyond its limit. What? Okay, what power can I give instead? Regen's health? Ooh, Regen's health would be cool. Strengthens armor, featherweight, cast when held. I could just fly everywhere. Enchantment points. Ah, it has an enchanting point limit. Okay. Spell absorption is not good enough. You know, it says increase skills, so I was wondering, well, that ain't worth it. So yeah, we'll come back later when we can do here. Let's go ahead and, now that we've got ourselves another broke-ass item. God, look at these stats, man. It's getting filthy. I'm getting some filthy stat upgrades here. All my rest of my points are going to have to go into intelligence, because I got room for nothing else. Yeah, well, she's a grown woman. You don't got to worry about how she feels. I mean, that's, like, you know, worry about your own behavior. Don't make her upset or anything. But again, you don't gotta, you know, you don't owe her anything. You don't have to spend time with her. Like I said before, it's the duty of a parent to basically give up everything for their child. With no reward. If people can't handle that, they shouldn't have kids. And that's their right not to have children. Personally, I like my individuality and my freedom, so I may never have children, and that's okay. Righty, well, we went ahead and got that done. Let's talk to our boy here, Chidkern. What are we doing? I don't know, like, I'm debating whether or not I want to do the full 8 hours today or just a 6 hour, because, like, no more progress is going to be made after this point. Maybe at the 6 hour mark we'll finish up the last of our books, and then we can wrap it up for the day. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. We're going to go ahead and save here next to Chidkern. Out off screen, I will continue to grind and get us to where we need to be to advance within the Fighters Guild, and then start working on the prep work for the Thieves Guild. Let's go upstairs to our bed, sit down, and read some book. Also getting sleepy and hungry, and I think I've had my fill for this stream. The First Scroll of Bardon by Archon. What follows is a translation of the first fragment from a series of vellum scrolls found in 3 alabaster jars, sealed in a cave. The discoverer was a nomad wanderer somewhere on the shore of Lake Vreed in the province of Elsewhere. I can neither vouch for nor deny its authenticity or veracity, only that the scrolls as such do exist. Read and judge for yourself. Bardon, the legend, thief, warlock, shadow master, ruthless assassin, undying avenger, dark god, robber baron, mastermind of nefarious plots, all these things and more are the legendary Bardon, he who is called the bandit god. But what is the truth? Bardon, the man, is a much more simple and complex being. I pen this tale as I slowly die of old age and a mortifying arrow wound. I cannot tell if the truth will add or subtract to the legend that is Bardon, nor if the original Bondar would have wanted the truth to be known. Therefore, I will leave this tale when I am done and gone, and let fate, which was ever Bondar's true master and motivator, decide. I was a child of 12 seasons when I first met Bondar. Orphan of a slaver raid during one of the many interprovincial border wars, living by my quick wits, nimble fingers, and the grace of Lady Luck in the back alleys and byways of my birth city. I had just liberated a loaf of bread and a few small apples from a local street vendor in the bazaar on the edge of the city near the tumbled outer wall, and had with it withdrawn down an ill-lit alley to feast on my bounty, when I was beset by an older band of my ilk, the older and lazier variety, which were wont to engage in the easier and less dangerous art of stealing from the stealers. Yeah, I feel that. Absolutely, that's probably the best way to go about it, Lucas. There were 5 of the bully boys who had decided they were more deserving of my booty than I, and they were beating me half to death with stabs between bits and laughter at the time. Lying on the ground, curled up into as tight a ball as I could manage, trying to protect my head and groin, I heard a quiet voice ask if they were not more suited to go down to the wharf and take your food from your brother rats, or would you care to try your tricks on a game a bit more your size and number? Since my companions had become otherwise engaged with the newcomer, and had for the nonce ceased thumping, kicking, and cuffing at me, I looked up to see a dark shadow of boots, cloak, and chainmail hood, leaning against the walls at the end of the alleyway. The others, being what they were, took this as a challenge to their manhood, an easy prey to the superior number with the promise of coin of the realm added as added reward, else the first part would have been overlooked. The leader of my band of playmates suggested that the stranger take a leap off the mentioned wharf, unless he wished to join me where they were done with their evening meal. Having drawn chuckles and courage from his underlings, he then proceeded forth with the staff at high port. I am not quite sure exactly what follows, but within a short space of time, lead bully was lying in the dirt with a thrown dagger in his chest. Number 2 bully had lost 3 teeth to a boot. I still carry them in a leather pouch as keepsake. And number 3 bully was brought short by his own staff, applied forcefully up between his toes, the 2 big ones. Bullies 4 and 5 thought better of the entertainment and departed rapidly for parts unknown. Bondar picked me up, dusted me off, and dragged me around to a nearby tavern, where we shared a meal and a mug. I attempted to thank him for saving my life. How can I ever repay this favor, I asked. His reply was short, to the point, and had driven my actions in life ever since. The proper way to repay a favor is not to. Pass it on instead. I like that. Things having not progressed well along the lines of health, wealth, and welfare for me until that point in my life came upon a sudden change that night, I later learned, along with many other things, that Bondar had decided to take a direct and immediate interest in me because my situation reminded him very much of the bad start in his own life had taken, and the odds he had faced to survive it. On that night, he took me under his wing as a kind of apprentice. He saw to it that I learned weaponcraft and stealth, that I learned to read and write. He took me along when he traveled for the next year. I served as a messenger, valet, pack mule, lookout, cook, many things. I saw the other towns, cities, races, provinces, and broadened my view and knowledge of the world, far beyond belief. He taught me both morals and cold-hearted ruthlessness, and how to apply each as the ethics of the situation required. At the end of the year, he gave me good dagger and decent horse, the 3 teeth and leave, nay command, to make my own way in the world from that day forward. But remember all I had been given, and to attempt to pass such a gift to another when and where I should find need and opportunity. That I have done several times, and as I assume he has also. And I hope my various charges have after me, and they theirs. Thus has the legendary Bondar been seen time and again in various lands of our world, and numerous in the same times in days of need. Yo, that's awesome! So it's like the Dread Pirate it's like the Dread Pirate Roberts. That's awesome. So it's just a title people take on. Thus also is the description so very hard to obtain and track, for in truth, there have been, and continue to be, many Bondars in the world. The most valuable lesson he ever taught me was that for evil to triumph required not so much that many bad men do wrong, as for one good man to fail to do what was right. Fucking yeah! We only hope our combined and concentrated efforts have produced enough single men and women that will not fail to do the right thing, regardless of local morals, law, religion, creed, or lure of coin of the realm, as legend grows of the dark avenging blade on the wings of night that make no sound, the patron saint of the lone wolf, the 1,000 eyes and ears, the 100 arms disrespectful of time or distance undying, master of disguise, man of 1,000 faces, shapes and sizes, gentle, rough-edged, gay, stern, all the mystery of the man unknown and undying, not a single man nor god at all, but a string of seeds sown upon the land and left to grow into a forest. How to reconcile this truth with the tales of cruelty and the gangs of bandars or bandits? Some are jealous thieves who take the name only for the cloak of mystery and hope of hiding in its shadow. Others are tales twisted by reverse, by those justly served, by bandars unfettered, by technicalities of law and custom. Some are backsliders drawn off the true path by temptation and returning to their own ways. Many are the things that any one bandar cannot answer for, as others did the deeds in the same name. Some are tales of fishwives made up to scare children into doing what is wanted. Some are left as part of the mystery that is both cloak and shield to the hidden purposes, a case where fear in the tale serves to save the need of arms or action. But, by and large, the true bandar is a string of beings taught to act upon what they believe in, and stand to take the yoke of needed action upon their own shoulders. Don't fight if you can avoid blood or war, but if you must make war, do so with all your heart and might. Leave it at threats if threats be enough, but never make threats you are unwilling to carry to conclusion if required. Use all the arts at the hand, but ever keep the true purpose in mind. Stand tall, but never forget how to bend your knee to help another. Right? Holy shit, this has been an awesome one. The rest of the scrolls are tales and tellings of various parts of the legend, some as passed from bard to bard, some as the true tales underlying the ballads. These fragments are still to be translated and debated. This fragment, however, contains the kernel of revelation and the true source of the question surrounding the Bandar legend. What say you, reader? For myself, I do not know, but God or unrelated string of linked souls, as laid out here, I do know that Bandar is a force in our lands and lives, and one that gives hope to many that need it, and pause to many I despise. Yeah, isn't that an awesome story? That was really good. That's one of my favorite. That's up there with Pelagius. That's a really good one. That's when I get my house, I'll seek out a copy. Brief History of the Empire, Part 4. The first book of this series described in brief the first 8 emperors of the Septim Dynasty. Beginning with Tiber I, the second volumes describe the War of the Red Diamonds and the 6 emperors who followed. The third volume describes the troubles of the next 3 emperors, the frustrated Uriel IV, the ineffectual Sepphoris II, and the heroic Uriel V. At Uriel V's death, across the sea in distant hostile Akavir, Uriel VI was but 5 years old. In fact, Uriel VI was born only short before his father left for Akavir. Uriel V's only other progeny, by a different woman, were the twins Morihatha and Eloisa, who had been born a month after Uriel V left. Uriel VI was coronated in the 290th year of the Third Era. The consort Thonica, as the boy's mother, was given a restricted regency until Uriel VI reached his minority. The council retained the real power, as they ever had since the days of Catariah I. The council so enjoyed its unlimited and unrestricted freedom to make laws and profits. Uriel VI was not given full license to rule until the year 307, where he was 22 years old. He had been slowly assuming positions of responsibility for years, but both the council and his mother, who enjoyed even her limited regency, were loath to give him reign. By the time he came to the throne, the mechanisms of government gave him little power, but the power to veto. This power he regularly exercised. By 313, Uriel VI could boast with conviction that he truly did rule Tamriel. He utilized defunct spy networks and guard units to bully and coerce the different members of the Elder Council. His sister was his usual ally. After her marriage to Baron Ulfe Gerson of the Winterhold brought her considerable wealth and influence. As the sage Ugarij said, Uriel V conquered Ezroniet, but Uriel VI conquered the Elder Council. When Uriel VI fell from a horse and could not be saved by the finest imperial healers, his beloved sister Morihatha took the throne. At 25 years of age, she had been described by admittedly self-serving diplomats as the most beautiful creature in Tamriel. She was certainly well-learned, vivacious, athletic, and well-practiced politician. She brought the Archmagister of Skyrim to the imperial city and created the second imperial battle mage since the days of Tiber Septim. Morihatha finished the job her brother had begun and made the imperial province truly a government under the Empress. Outside the imperial province, however, the empire had been slowly disintegrating. Open revolutions and civil wars had raged unchallenged since the days of her grandfather Sepphoris II. Carefully coordinating her counterattacks, Morihatha slowly took back her rebellious vassals, always avoiding overextending herself, though Morihatha's military campaigns were remarkably successful. The council was often frustrated by her deliberate pace. One councilman, an Argonian named Thorocles Romus, furious at her refusal to send troops to his troubled lands, is believed to be the man who hired the assassin who claimed her life in the Third Era 339. Friends, I have news! What news? What's your news, Vintage? Romus was tried and executed. Though he protested his innocence, Morihatha had no surviving children, and Eloisa had died of a fever 4 years before. Eloisa's 25-year-old son, Pelagius IV, was crowned Pelagius IV. 50. Pelagius IV continued his aunt's work, slowly bringing back the seditious kingdoms of his empire. He had Morihatha's patience and deliberate pace in his endeavors, but alas, he did not have her success. The kingdoms have been free of constraints for so long, even if a benign imperial presence was odious. Nevertheless, when Pelagius died, after an astonishing 49-year reign, Tamriel was closer to unity than it had been since the days of Uriel I. Our current emperor, his awesome and terrible majesty, Uriel Septim VII, son of Pelagius IV, has the diligence of his great Aunt Morihatha, the political skill of challenged since the days of her... What? It fell apart. Okay. Our current emperor, his awesome and terrible majesty, Uriel VII, has the diligence of his great aunt Morihatha, the political skill of his great uncle Uriel VI, and the military prowess of his great granduncle Uriel V. For 21 years he reigned and brought imperial justice to Tamriel. In the third era, year 389, his imperial battle mage Yeager Tharn betrayed him. Uriel VII was imprisoned in a dimension of Tharn's creation, and Tharn used his magic of illusion to assume the emperor's aspect. For the next 10 years, Tharn used imperial privileges, but did not continue Uriel VII's schedule of reconquest. It is not entirely known what Tharn's goals and personal accomplishments were during the 10 years he imitated his liege lord. In the third era, 399, a mysterious champion defeated the battle mage in the dungeons of the imperial palace and freed Uriel VII from his other dimensional cell. Since his release, Uriel VII has worked diligently to renew the battle to reunite Tamriel. Tharn's interference broke the momentum, but in the years since then have proved that the glorious golden age of Tiber Septim may be visited on Tamriel once again. Which is how far I am into the install of ESO. Oh, cool. Nice. You have fun with that. I like ESO. Right. Well, that's the brief history of the Empire Part 4. Now we have a rude song. I've been warned about this one, so let's see. Rude song. In the spring of the year doth propriety disappear in the courts and the ports of the bay, Drinking new beer, everybody feels queer, and the earls and the churls go astray. The bee and the bird don't have to tell us a word, our bodies for naughties are primed. If you haven't heard, you can let yourself be lured for the youth for things uncouth. It is time. Oh, it's lovely to sit in a field, harvest it into rows. It's lovelier still to do the same, but not wearing any clothes. People of the bay, bless the flowered court of Wayrest for showing us the gentle way of sin. The bonny dark elf queen likes to see and be seen with cobblers and thieves and tavern keeps, and slaves and fishermen in the court of Lane Lynn. Right upon the mainland, with sex the whole place is in a whirl. The Baroness likes to play with men who come her way, while the Baroness likes the little boys and girls. Oh, it's lovely to give your lady a kiss upon her nose. It's lovelier still to do the same while not wearing any clothes. In Daggerfall, they hold the ball, and all of society's indulges in a variety of scandal. They can handle a lot. The captain of the guard has to search very hard for a bean that the queen has in her pants. Fucking hell. Alright. And the court sorceress will grant you a wish to cause the king to fling about his lance. Oh, it's lovely to give your love a single perfect rose. It's lovelier to still do the same while not wearing any clothes. Oh, it's lovely to abandon all your cares and fears and woes. It's lovelier still to do the same while not wearing any clothes. Yes, sir, it's lovely not to wear any clothes. So this whole thing is just like, orgies are awesome. Good story. Right, well, I think that's about it for tonight. I am very tired. My throat is very worn out from all the voices and the reading and such, and the talking. When we return, we will probably begin advancing rapidly throughout the Fighters Guild and moving into the Thieves Guild. So please look forward to that. Thank you all so much for being here. If you're new here and you enjoyed the stream, be sure to follow. If you just want to hang out or get to know me better, be sure to join the Discord via the link in chat or down below. And if you want to support the stream, help it grow, and help me achieve my goal of replacing my currently busted solid-state drive, be sure to subscribe. Subscribers also gain access to ad-free streams, special subscriber channels, and many, many other benefits. So be sure to do that. All that being said, we're going to go and find ourselves another Daggerfall streamer to raid. Will there be any at this time of night? Alright, the only other Daggerfall streamer is playing Project Zomboid, so no. Alright, we're going to go ahead and raid Aaron Yevlith, who is playing Heritage, A Dragon's Tale. Thank you all for being here, and I hope to see you all on Monday for some Shadowrun returns, and next week for some more Daggerfall. Thank you all, and take care. Yeah, the lack of Daggerfall streamers, right? The only Daggerfall streamer is a guy who's streaming Zomboid. Anyway, take care, everyone.